Welcome to another reading with me, the Empress of Fortune. We're here today to find out about the next big change in your life. This is so exciting. I've been thinking about this reading all week long. I'm just ecstatic to do it. I feel like change is in the air. Maybe it was like the eclipse energy. I don't know. As I'm filming this right now, it's heading towards the end of April 2024. This is a timeless reading though, so, you can watch it anytime and it could still apply to you. We've got 4 piles here today. Make sure that you meditate before choosing one. Get your energy centered before choosing one. Choose intuitively so that you can get the message that's best for you. So yeah, we got pile 1 right here. This here is pile 2, pile 3, and last but not least, of course, we got pile 4. So yeah, ooh, I'm so excited. All right, guys, let's go ahead and get into it. As always, we are going to do identifiers before the actual reading. So if you'd like to skip over that identifiers portion, there will be additional timestamps. So you'll see, for example, like pile 1 identifiers and pile 1 reading, both will have separate timestamps. So if you want to skip over the identifiers, just click the timestamp before the actual reading itself, and that will take you straight to the part with the cards. Alrighty, I will see you guys in just a second at your group. Adios, mis amores. What up? What it do, pile 1? Welcome. We're going to get our identifiers out first. Again, if you would like to skip this portion of the reading, there is another timestamp down below that will let you go straight to the part with the cards. But yeah, Spirit, who's our pile 1 people? Who's in pile 1? We're finding out about big changes in pile 1's life. So who are my pile 1ers? Pile 1 people, who are you? Who are you, pile 1? While I'm doing this is a great time to like this video, give it a thumbs up, and to subscribe to the channel. When you subscribe, it makes you and I more connected so that I can give you more pinpointed messages for your particular energy. So yeah, I love that. I'm wondering if I should do something special, like a special reading just for my subscribers. Maybe I should. Who knows? Pile 1. Who else is in pile 1, Spirit? Who are my pile 1 people? About the big change that's coming up next in pile 1's life. Who else is in pile 1? This is a lot of people. This is a lot of... Maybe my channel's about to blow up. You never know. Anybody else in pile 1, Spirit? Anybody else in pile 1? All right. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's like a million. Oh, this identifiers is going to be long. It's going to be long, but it's going to be strong. Ooh, long and strong. I'm not trying to get sexual over here, you guys. I promise. All right, let's see. Save a Horse, Ride a Cowboy by Big and Rich. Okay, so much for that. I just was like, I'm not trying to get sexual over here, I promise. And then we have not only this song, which is like one of the most sexual country songs that I've ever heard, but also Big and Rich is the name of, the band. So you can use your imagination on that one. All my readings are 18 plus, so if you're not 18, get on out of here. Picture by Sheryl Crow and Kid Rock. Speaking of country songs, we might have some country music fans in the audience today. Okay, the way that these work, I always forget to say, I just assume everybody knows. The way that these identifiers work is that at least one of these things that comes out, or maybe that I make an association with, should be really familiar to you, significant to you somehow. It could have even just showed up in your life in the past couple of days, or weeks, or if it was really significant, I guess maybe past couple of months. But yeah, that will be how you know that this is the right pile and that you picked the right pile. So for example, Picture by Sheryl Crow. Maybe you just heard it yesterday, right? Out of the blue, out of nowhere. Maybe you and your friends went to karaoke a couple of months ago and you got up on stage and sang the song with your friends, right? So that would be kind of significant in the past couple of months. Or if you remember it, right? You would have to remember that. Or maybe somebody told you there's a video of it or whatever, right? Maybe somebody serenaded you with Picture by Sheryl Crow and Kid Rock a couple months ago. Or maybe it's your favorite country song, things like that. That's going to be how you know that this is for you. All right. Like I said, even if you just heard it in passing, you didn't even mean to put it on. Summertime in Paris by Jaden and Willow. So that is a song, but you also may have like spent summertime in Paris, or you might be planning on spending the upcoming summer in Paris. Throat chakra. You could be working on your throat chakra. You might have just done like a throat chakra meditation recently. You might be having a sore throat, something like that. You might be having issues with your throat chakra. Mahershala Ali, he's an actor. You may know him from Moonlight. I also want to say he was in Green Book. I don't know if that's true because I never saw that movie, but anyway. Doctor Strange from Marvel, or just Marvel in general, I guess. Speaking of movies I've never seen the Marvel movies, so I don't really know what's going on, but I'm pretty sure Doctor Strange is played by Benedict Cumberbatch. Doug, the TV show. Do 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 do. That's the Nicktoon. Los Angeles. I just wanted to say Los Angeles. So maybe somebody said that like that to you recently. I don't really know. Signs by Snoop Dogg, Justin Timberlake, and Charlie Wilson. I just wanted to say JT instead of Justin Timberlake. So, yeah. Carrie. Okay, so we have Doug and Carrie here. That immediately makes me think of King of Queens, the TV show. Speaking of TV shows, we just got Bless the Hearts. That is an animated TV show. Maya Rudolph and Kristen Wiig are some of the voice actresses on there. Girlfriends, speaking of Los Angeles energy, Girlfriends is a TV show based in Los Angeles starring Tracy Ellis Ross, Golden Brooks, and other people. But also as soon as I pulled that out, I thought like, Maya Rudolph and Kristen Wiig, like they're girlfriends, like they're friends who are girls. Cheers, Drink to That by Rihanna. Yeah, yeah. That song samples I'm With You by Avril Lavigne, so either of those could be relevant here. We have Sexy Villain by Remy Wolf. Sexy villain, not the hero, I'm the West Coast Bob De Niro. So she says Bob De Niro, and I always want to sing that part. I don't know why, so maybe Robert De Niro is like important here. Oklahoma. Ooh, speaking of Robert De Niro in Oklahoma, Killers of the Flower Moon, that movie could be relevant to you. We've got Privacy here. That movie was so good. Killers of the Flower Moon. Oh my gosh, that movie was amazing. Privacy, maybe you like recently changed your passwords, or you've been like looking into more privacy. Maybe somebody recently violated your privacy. I'm thinking about maybe like somebody reading your journal or your diary, or maybe you read somebody else's journal or diary. I don't know. Nashville. So yeah, Carrie Underwood coming through. Like I said, country music is coming through. Nashville's like the country music capital. Maybe some of you guys are like into like line dancing. We do have like, country saloon energy in here. Bob Marley, iconic Jamaican musician. One love, one heart. Let's get together. It'll be all right. Driving at night. Maybe you like to do that. Maybe that's like your job or something. I don't know. Maybe you drive a truck or you drive Uber or something at nighttime. Asami, but from the Legend of Korra, also known as Tilak. If you know, you know. Korra Asami fans, rise up. Mariah Carey. Love her. The Lamely. This is my tarot family. Jill Zarin, another diva. 2 divas in a row. We love it. 3 very rich people in a row. Asami is like super rich. She's like the daughter of a billionaire. So, Richie Rich. Some of you guys could be Richie Riches. Tina Belcher. If you don't know who Jill Zarin is, she is one of the original Real Housewives of New York. Tina Belcher, she is animated character from Bob's Burgers. She's the eldest daughter. She's the one who dresses in blue. Legally Blonde. That could be the movie. It could be the Broadway play. In the movie, Reese Witherspoon stars as Elle Woods. Energy by Drake. I got enemies, got a lot of enemies, got a lot of people trying to drain me of my energy. Trying to take away my nigga. Okay. Wake Up in the Sky. Gucci Mane, Bruno Mars, and Kodak Black. I love that song. That song's so good. Grand Crew. That is another LA-based TV show about a group of friends who like to hang out at a wine bar. And girlfriends, they like to hang out at a wine bar too. So I guess people who like wine maybe are coming through. Earth signs, Capricorn, Taurus, and Virgo. That could be your sun, moon, rising, or Venus, possibly even your north node. We have here new leaf. Okay, so that, as soon as I opened it, it made me think of tea leaf. I'm not using my tea leaf oracle today, but it did make me think of that. Some of you guys may have been like trying a new flavor of tea or something recently. Or maybe you said you were going to turn over a new leaf, or you might have heard somebody say that. Maybe you like recently got a new tree and it's like a different type of leaves, or a new plant, a new house plant. Water signs, Cancer, Scorpio, and Pisces. Again, could be sun, moon, rising, or Venus, possibly north node. Nick Miller here with New Girl. That's another LA-based TV show. We got a lot of those. Nick Miller, played by Jake Johnson. Company by Drake. 2 Drake songs right on top of each other. That's interesting. This song is featuring Travis Scott. I need some company. Ballet slippers, OPI. So that could be like actual dancing shoes like that people wear to do ballet. Not talking about ballet flats, specifically the shoes for ballet, but also there is an OPI nail color. It's actually kind of similar to the nail color that I'm wearing, called ballet slippers. This is not it, but it's kind of similar to that. It's like very pale pink. Heart of Dixie. And then I have RB up in the corner, Rachel Bilson. She plays the main character on that show. Dr. Zoe Hart. Mugler. I'm laughing because I just said it with like this little fake southern accent, but like her character is very specifically from New York, but she moves to Alabama to like become a small town doctor. Sister Act. Iconic movie starring Whoopi Goldberg. I also now just like for some reason thought of Ghost. That movie Ghost where Whoopi Goldberg is in there. Yeah. Okay. Big Rich Town, 50 Cent featuring Joe. So big, rich, those 2 things are coming through right now. And I did say earlier there was like a Richie Rich energy coming out with Asami, Mariah Carey, and Jill Zarin, okay? So, who's rich here? Send me some money. JK, but not really. Zach Brown Band, Colder Weather. Colder Weather. That's a song. Yeah, we're getting for sure country vibes. Entrepreneurs. Some of you guys might be like destined to be rich entrepreneurs, okay? Love that for you. Said I want to see you again, but I'm stuck in colder weather. Okay, 10 Things I Hate About You. Another iconic film. Another teen movie starring Heath Ledger, R.I.P., Julia Stiles. Nice by Beyonce and Jay-Z. Because I'm nice, up all night. So some of you guys might have insomnia since we have like driving at night, and up all night is part of the song Nice. So you guys might like stay awake and drive or something. I don't know. Barney Stinson from How I Met Your Mother, played by Neil Patrick Harris. Sewing kit. Some of you guys could be into sewing. Maybe you like make your own clothes or something. Maybe you recently had to patch up something, like darn a sock or put a patch on your pants or something like that. Waterbenders from Avatar: The Last Airbender. We have here the number 2. That could be the month of February. You might be seeing 222. February would be Pisces and Aquarius energy. Shout out to Rihanna and Megan Thee Stallion, my favorite Aquarius and Pisces. Not in that order, not in that order, but anyway. E equals MC squared. I also, for some reason, I don't know why, I feel the need to say something like Paris Hilton. She's also an Aquarius. All right. Air signs, Gemini, Libra, Aquarius. There we go. I told you Aquarius was coming through. And then I picked up air signs. That's crazy. I love it when shit like that happens. It just feels so validating. Oh no. Oh no. It ripped. I guess that means I have to take it out. I don't know if like that rule is hard and fast yet. I don't don't know how I feel about that, but we just got Catfish, the TV show, Neve Schulman, Cammie Crawford. So you may have seen Neve and Cammie outside of the context of Catfish. I think that still counts. Like maybe you saw them recently on like Instagram, or I know Neve was on Dancing with the Stars and Cammie hosts some other shows and stuff. Cold Hearted 2, Meek Mill. There are a lot of like really cold-hearted people on Catfish on that TV show. I freaking love that show. That is definitely one of my favorite shows. 77. So you could be seeing 77, 777 somewhere, or 277, 772. Either of those could be important. I Don't Want to Be by Gavin DeGraw. I don't want to be anything other than. Yeah, country music coming through. What I've been trying to be lately. All right, Breaking Free, Zac Efron, Vanessa Hudgens from High School Musical. Soaring, flying, there's not a star in heaven that we can't reach. This Lullaby by Sarah Dessen. That is a book. They talk a lot about like Muzak, M-U-Z-A-K in there, like elevator music, so that is coming through. Animal Print. Maybe you like to wear it, maybe you have it around your house, maybe you're wearing it right now. Rascal Flatts, The Country Continues. I just saw like the funniest TikTok of this girl the other day. I don't remember what her name is. I wish I could shout her out. I don't have my phone nearby or else I would. But she does like these videos where she'll be like sitting in the car, she'll be in the store, and then she like zooms in on her eye, kind of like how they used to do in That's So Raven. So That's So Raven could be like something, identifier for somebody. But like she'll zoom in on her eye and it will be like her inside her brain acting out all these different parts to like different music videos. And one of the ones the first one actually that I ever saw was her acting out What Hurts the Most by Rascal Flatts. So that was recent and I laughed so hard. It was literally so funny. Amber 311, or Amber from Love is Blind. This specifically says season 1, but there have been so many Ambers on Love is Blind, so that could be season 4 or season 6 as well. But also Amber by 311 is a song. Chemical Hearts, that's a movie. It might be on Netflix, it might not be. I don't know why I wrote Netflix down because I'm not super sure. But that girl Lily Reinholt is in it. Sunflower. That obviously is a flower, but it also could be a reference to that song by Post Malone. Posty fans, stand up. We Used to Be Friends by the Dandy Warhols. That is the theme song for Veronica Mars. Oh, we have 2 theme songs right on top of each other. I Don't Want to Be by Gavin DeGraw is the theme song for, I want to say it's One Tree Hill. I never watched that show, but it is. And then also another theme song here, Big Rich Town. That's the theme song for Power, the TV show. Can't believe I forgot to mention that. Lil Sebastian. Speaking of themes and TV shows, he was like a horse can't be a theme, but he was the mascot. And, you know, mascots and themes are kind of related. He was the mascot for Pawnee in that show, Parks and Rec. Helena by My Chemical Romance. Long ago. I want to keep saying that, but I'm not going to. Bon Iver, AUATC, Ate Up All That Cake. Ate Up All That Cake. That makes me think of that movie. What is that movie called? Where he's like, I drink your milkshake. I drink it up. I don't fucking know. Something to do with oil or blood. I don't know. Confidence. Confidence. Is it called There Will Be Blood? I think so. I think that's the name of that movie. Okay, anyway. 1894 by Amber Mark. That's a song. But now I really want to go look that movie up because I feel like, wasn't it set like around that time? Also, I'll say for confidence, like you might have confidence. Somebody might have really called you confident. Confidence could be like one of your star traits that you really value about yourself, or it could be like telling somebody something in confidence. Yeah, that movie was called There Will Be Blood. And it was not set in 1894. It was set in 1898, though. And then it goes forward through to like 1902 and 1911. So I feel like that was worth mentioning. I don't know. I guess. I don't really know. I don't know if you guys can see like my little pile of of stuff over here, but I'm gonna keep it over off to the side. I don't want to say pile of stuff, my pile of slips, just because they don't really fit right now. Famous Last Words. Famous Last Words wasn't like, I don't remember this movie, There Will Be Blood. I don't remember it. I feel like I watched it and I didn't really love it that much, but like, I drink your milkshake, I drink it up. Those I don't think were his last words, but they were like, you know, a famous little thing that he said. So somebody might have like a catchphrase, or they might have just like said something really, really memorable. I don't know. Number 1, that could be January, which would be Capricorn and Aquarius energy. Aquarius coming through again. You could be seeing 1111, 111. You could live on like the first floor, First Avenue, First Street, the first building. We're number 1 is also coming through. John Wick. Maybe John Wick number 1. Because there are 4 of them, so maybe the first John Wick is like really important to you right now. I don't know. McDonald's. I definitely am thinking of McFlurries or the McDonald's ice cream right now. So maybe that has something to do with it. Aaron Taylor Johnson. He is an actor, sometimes called ATJ on the blogs, in the blogosphere. Oh my God. Do you guys see this? Do you know what this is? Angus Thongs and Full Frontal Snogging. That's a movie that Aaron Taylor Johnson was literally in. He was in that movie. He played Robbie, the sexy love interest. I mean, you know, it's a movie about like people in high school, but the girl in the movie, she had a massive crush on Aaron Taylor Johnson's character. Karaoke. Okay. Karaoke coming out under confidence, I think, is also a message, because I know a lot of people like need confidence to do karaoke. We have quarter here. That makes me think of the game Quarters. It also makes me think of the French Quarter in New Orleans. Flight 99 by Taku, Matt McWaters, and Masego. That's a song. We're running out of space. I'm probably going to have to do some finagling. I might have to use the space over here. Usman, 90 Day Fiancé. If you know, you know. If you know, then you know. Susan Sontag. Also, if you know, you know. Susan Sontag. She was like a critic and also a photographer. Teddy Pendergrass. Another iconic musician. Love TKO coming through. Haterade. I hope you guys haven't been sipping on that Haterade. Need to get your thirst quenched. Shout out to Nicki Minaj. Number 6 is coming through. That would be the month of June, which is Gemini and Cancer energy. You could be seeing 66, 666, 66, 66, things like that. Maybe you live on the 6th street, 6th building. 6 could be your favorite number. Stardust. That's a movie. Michelle Pfeiffer's in that movie. So is Ewan McGregor. Is that right? I don't know if he is in that movie. I might be making that up. But it also made me think of Iggy Stardust. Okay. Skywalker, Miguel featuring Travis Scott. So we have Travis Scott mentioned here twice as well, actually, now. He was mentioned here on Company with Drake. Skywalker, of course, also makes me think of Luke Skywalker from Star Wars. So Star Wars, Stardust, there's something there for sure. We got the number 3. The number 3, you could be seeing 333, 3333. You could live on 3rd Street. You could be one of 3 kids. March, which is Pisces and Aries energy. Please Don't Leave Me by Pink. Da 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 da. All right. Give Me Something Real by Ashford and Simpson. And while I was singing the Please Don't Leave Me da da da's, I was also thinking about Doug do 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 do. And I think it's kind of funny that they ended up on the same line, actually, in this arrangement. And so that makes me think of like musical arrangements. Maybe there's like a da da do do or do do da da, something like that. Da 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 do do do. I don't know. That makes me also think of like jazz, scatting, not the nasty kind of scatting. Get your mind out of the gutter, gross. Taste by Tyga featuring Offset. We've got Pecan pie. Okay, maybe you shouldn't get your mind out of the gutter. I'm really grossed out right now, but there's somebody out there who understands what I'm talking about. That's nasty. Bali. Indonesia. We're gonna have to start doubling up soon. Katara from Avatar: The Last Airbender. We've got Pull Up by Abra. Pull up to your crib, ride and shouty, shouty. Maybe somebody like recently called Shotgun or something. What About Your Friends by TLC. What about your friends? Will they stand their ground? Will they let you down? Yeah. The Joker by Steve Miller Band. I'm a joker, I'm a toker, I'm a midnight smoker. All right, we got number 18, also possibly 81 right here. Either of those numbers could be significant to you somehow. Ooh, this is such a big group. This message clearly needs to be heard by a lot of people, so don't forget to like this video and to subscribe to the channel so that it can spread a little farther. George Clooney, handsome actor extraordinaire. We've got, who dis? Satsuma. Satsuma, that's a citrus fruit. I'm always surprised when I can like fit more stuff in the in-between spaces. And that it makes me think of The Space Between by Dave Matthews Band. Aang from Avatar: The Last Airbender. So Katang fans, stand up. Katang shippers, stand up. They are canon, so I guess like a lot of people probably ship them. But oh my god, did I ever say DJ Tambi from Ink Master? I really feel like I never said that. I'm trying to think back, like, you know, I don't think I ever said that. So DJ Tambi, he is like the winningest Ink Master in all of Ink Master history. He's won 3 times. He even came back as a judge. And then, of course, just the TV show Ink Master. I really don't feel like I ever said that. That's so weird. Silicon Valley from HBO. That is a TV show, but I guess it also could just be like actual Silicon Valley in the Bay Area. Maybe you work in tech or something. That shows a bunch about a startup, some tech bros at a startup. We've got a lot of numbers in here. This is weird. It's not usually this many. Here we have the number 4. So that's April, which is Aries energy, and Taurus. You could be seeing 444, 44, 44. You could be one of 4 kids, that kind of thing. Monopoly. That could be I was about to say the show. They did recently make a game, but there's not a show or a game show. There is a song, though, by Victoria Monet and Ariana Grande. Honey Dijon, that could be the mustard. That could also be, there's a DJ who goes by Honey Dijon. So with me having skipped over DJ Tambi, he's not a DJ. That's literally just like his name. I think it's just a nickname. But like DJ or DJing could be significant. No frauds. Nicki Minaj, Drake, and Lil Wayne. So Drake now has made a 3-peat. Speaking of Lil Wayne, you know he has that song 3-peat, so that could be something. But Drake has shown up here 3 times at this point. Financial literacy. Some of you guys be working on your financial literacy. If that's the case, I do actually have an abundance journal that might be helpful to you. The link is down below. Shameless plug. Go check it out in the description box. Matthew McConaughey, another handsome actor. Okay, he also is a native Texan from Austin, Texas. Or is he from Uvalde? He's from somewhere. The Game. That's a TV show, and I also wrote Jason on here. That's meant to represent Jason Pitts. He is a football player on that show and notoriously cheap, super, super cheap. School of Rock. That is a movie starring Jack Black. Miranda Cosgrove is also in there. It's also like a place, it's an actual franchise where people go to learn how to play music. Anne Hathaway, very engaging, fantastic actress. We have here We Got Love, Tiana Taylor featuring Ms. Lauryn Hill. Okay, let's see. Oof, how are we gonna fit all these on here? There's not that many more, but there's still it's enough. Yellow Jackets. So that's a TV show. It's on Showtime, I believe. It's about a soccer team, a girls' soccer team. Pirates. So that like episode of Avatar: The Last Airbender where Katara stole the scroll from the pirates, that's coming out right now. End of Time by Beyonce. Beyonce now has made her second appearance on the grid with End of Time and Nice. We've got Janet Jackson, iconic original queen. Love her. Rock With You by Janet Jackson is coming out. Not Michael Jackson, Janet Jackson. Foundations by Kate Nash. Another very original artist. Kate Nash. Started off like kind of pop, went punk. Dorito Loco Tacos. Haven't seen that in a while. I guess I saw it recently, but I haven't had one in a while. It's been a long time. Swing Swing by the All American Rejects. I really just feel like I don't have space. I don't have space. Maybe some of you guys are like living in like a crowded space or something. Really, Really by Kevin Gates. That's a song. All my diamonds shine cause they really diamonds. Bad bitches in line, they be really trying. All right, Yacht. Maybe you recently went on a yacht. All right, you guys, my camera overheated while I was doing this. So you might want to like pause because I think that maybe there were a couple things that I read that didn't get caught on tape, like a couple slips that I read that didn't get caught on tape. And after the camera overheated, I turned it off and then I like went to go do something else. So I don't really remember exactly where I was. That's my bad. Apologies. Anyways, let's keep going. Carnival, that could be like Carnival Cruise. That could be like Carnival Time. Maybe it's like a fair, like the state fair. We have here brushing teeth. So maybe you just brush your teeth or you're about to go brush your teeth. Maybe you're having a hard time brushing your teeth. I know that's something that like a lot of people with depression suffer from. Nobody's Supposed to Be Here by Deborah Cox. That's a song. Trying to speed this up a little bit. Let's see what we have. What Would You Do by City High. I do want to say Reconstituted. That one I know for sure was the last one that I read. I just don't remember if there were any others between Yacht and Reconstituted. So yeah, Reconstituted mean like rehydrated, put back together, something like that. This here is Keke Palmer. Baby, that's Keke Palmer. So you might have like watched a movie with her recently or seen her in a commercial or something. Hand in My Pocket, Alanis Morissette. That's a song. Got one hand in my pocket, the other one is throwing a peace sign, flicking a cigarette. All right, blue or blues. So that could be the color blue. Maybe you have blue eyes, maybe you're wearing blue right now. Blues music also coming through. Maybe somebody has the blues. Endings, Beginnings, that's a movie starring Shailene Woodley. We've got Where Are You Going by Dave Matthews Band. Didn't I mention them earlier? I feel like I did. I don't know. S'mores. So maybe you're eating something s'mores flavored or actual s'mores. Along for the Ride by Sarah Dessen. So that's a second Sarah Dessen reference. That was a book that they also turned into a movie. The movie's on Netflix. What do we have here? We've got Kaya Ita by Bad Bunny and Tiny. Kaya Ita. Pranks and Punked. So Pranks, maybe somebody played a prank on you. Maybe you like pranks. Punked was a TV show that Ashton Kutcher hosted where he pranked celebrities. Lose My Breath, Destiny's Child. So that's our third Beyonce reference right there. Beyonce was a member of Destiny's Child. You could be part of the Beehive. Anniversary by Tony. Well, I got maybe 3 or 4 more. Las Vegas. Vegas, baby. Somebody going to Vegas? Maybe you're from there. Maybe you have a trip planned there. Maybe you just got back from there. Maybe it's like your favorite place to go. Hyphy by Federation. That's a song. Road trip. Somebody maybe taking like a road trip to Vegas. or to the Bay Area or something like that. Maybe to LA, since we did have Los Angeles. Maybe you're going from LA to the Bay or LA to Las Vegas. Philadelphia, Philly. Okay. Maybe you're taking a road trip from Philly. And this is our last one. Yay. Chucks. So that would be like Chuck Taylor's, Converse shoes. Maybe like chucking something, like throwing it somewhere. However maybe that's somebody's name, Chuck. Charlie, Charles. Some initials that seem like they are popping out because they keep repeating. We've got DC. That could also be like Washington, D.C. But yeah, we've got a few of those. Like Deborah Cox with Nobody's Supposed to Be Here. And then we've also got DC for Destiny's Child. AM is showing up. We've got Amber Mark. We've got Alanis Morissette. So those are there. BS, Barney Stinson. That's here. And then also ballet slippers. I know those aren't normally like abbreviated, but they stuck out to me. MM is coming through. We've got Meek Mill. We've also got Matt McWaters on here as well, and Matthew McConaughey. And then last but not least, double or triple T's. So we've got like Tiana Taylor, and we've also got Tony. So T could be really important. Anyway, I'm going to go write these all down in my tarot journal. I did create a tarot journal for you guys in case you're interested in furthering your tarot journey. It's a great place to record all of your insights, even if you are just, a watcher of videos or if you read your own tarot. Either way, let me go write these down and I will see you guys in just a second for the reading. What's up, pile one? Welcome to the reading, the cards portion of the reading. This is exciting stuff. We're talking about big changes. We're asking what big changes are coming next in your life. So we're going to use this card as like the theme of the reading. We've got some pre-pulled oracle cards that we will be using as well. And of course, we're going to be using the tarot. So I feel like shuffling the tarot right now. So I'm just going to go ahead and do that. We're not going to actually get any cards out. I'm just going to give it a good shuffle because I feel like I haven't shuffled this deck in a little minute. So let's get some good energy in there. Spirit, please help me to channel this message for pile one. Help me to connect with pile one's guides, angels, benevolent ancestors, and higher self, so I can deliver them the message that they need to hear at this time that they're watching this video. Thank you, Spirit, even if that time is super far in the future. This is a timeless reading. So yeah, let's get into it. All right, Spirit, what is pile one? What are the big changes coming in pile one's life? Ooh, the ring. Interesting. So we did get Love is Blind in the identifiers. We didn't, I do have a slip that says ring, however, and that did not come out. So I find that to be interesting. But this could definitely be talking about like a commitment and engagement. It could also be about like a phone call. It could be maybe circling back to something. This number here is 57, so that may have some significance to you somehow. We've got, I also immediately thought of The Ring, like the movie, the scary movie. And in that movie, I believe that circling back to something is like a theme there. Let me look that up and make sure that I'm right about that. I haven't seen that movie in so long. I remember when it first came out, it was like the shit. Everybody was talking about it. I was like very young when that happened, but I do remember. Okay. So I just reread like the synopsis to The Ring, and I forgot that there was like a phone call involved in there, which there definitely was. So an important phone call could be coming your way soon. That is a possibility. There also was like the idea of like circling back to something and maybe like digging into some history. So you might find out some important family history or something like that, that could somehow end up changing either your life, your perspective, just kind of like how you thought things were or something like that. That could happen. Yeah, okay. We're gonna move on. I'm like, I haven't seen that movie The Ring in literally so long. I might not have seen it since I was like a teenager. And just reading the synopsis, I was like, ooh, this is creepy. I don't like this. Okay, let's go for the next card. The next card here, we are going to use this butterfly card for changes in your life. And we got Welcome the New. Ooh, interesting. So yeah, I'm really wanting to say like the idea of a phone call is coming through very strongly here. I'm trying not to latch on too much to this. But I am also going to say that this could be like a new commitment in your life. It could be you and somebody that you know already, like taking a new step in a relationship, or in, you know, a partnership of some kind, just making some sort of commitment to each other. We did get New Leaf out in our identifiers as well, so it just kind of seems like there's some sort of, you know, they say like turning over a new leaf, it's like making a big change, right? So yeah, all right. Let's see, we've got this Prism card here that we're also going to use. We've got here Mystery. Ooh. I think it's like interesting that The Ring came through, that movie, because it was supposed to be like a thriller, but it was also kind of like a mystery. So, ooh. I think that this big change could help you either resolve a mystery, like I was saying, something about maybe finding out something about family history or something like that. It could help you resolve a mystery, or it could help to kind of illuminate or shed some light on maybe somebody's like side of the story of something. I'm seeing how these two blocks, these two rectangular prisms, if you will, they're facing each other, and it kind of seems like at least one of them is like coming clean about something, or is being more bold, or is willing to maybe show a certain side of themselves. And there are still, of course, like things that are hidden. There are things that we don't know or that can't be known, but I kind of feel like something could be revealed here. Interesting, interesting, interesting. All right, let's go ahead and get into the tarot. I'm going to leave these cards out because I feel like they'll help round out the reading, give us some additional information that we need. This is the True Heart Tarot that we're using here. All right, Spirit, Pile 1. What big changes can Pile 1 expect? Ooh, whoa, 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 whoa. That's too many cards. That's too many cards. I don't like that. We're going to try that again. I maybe should have taken some of them, but it's over. Didn't happen, so we're moving on. All right, Spirit. Yeah. What is the big change that is coming for Pile 1? Coming next for Pile 1. Big change for Pile 1. What can you tell us about it? And I do apologize for not taking those cards at first, but you know, we've only got so much space and time. All right, we've got the Eight of Wands, so this is actually coming in pretty fast. We've got the Temperance card in reverse, the Six of Wands, interesting. The Prince of Swords in reverse. Anything else for this message about big changes coming next for Pile 1? Okay. Six of Swords in reverse. This definitely could be like a surprise, whatever this is. It could be a surprise to you. If you're in a relationship, some of you guys might be getting engaged. Exciting. Or you might be getting like a surprise gift or something like that. All right, so the camera died. I don't know if you guys caught the last part of that. in terms of me reading out the cards that came. So we have Eight of Wands, Temperance here in reverse, the Six of Wands. We've got Prince of Swords in reverse, excuse me. Six of Swords here in reverse, Ace of Wands in reverse, and Two of Cups. So it kind of seems like maybe, I'm wondering if something in the past, I'm hearing like non-starter. Hearing something in the past maybe was a non-starter with someone. Are there any other cards that want to come out? Okay, we've got the Empress here in reverse. I'm going to rearrange these in a bit. Any other cards that want to come out to clarify this message? Okay. All right. Let's do like this. All right. Let's get into this. So, yeah, I'm hearing something possibly about a non-starter, and this could also be like a reconciliation of some kind, okay? Especially since I was getting like the idea of something maybe coming back around. This could be a reconciliation of some kind for some of you guys. And I'm wondering, okay, so we are going to get another card at the end of this. I wonder if I should do that card now. All right, so we're going to do the card at the end of this because I think that card is going to help to give you some perspective about this scenario. And remember, take what resonates and leave the rest. There are a lot of people in this group. So I'm going to give several scenarios, and whichever one sounds closest to yours, that's the one that is probably the message that you should listen to. So, okay. It seems like something is unbalanced here. Or maybe at one point it was unbalanced and it was moving very, very quickly. Okay? I think things were moving really fast. I think this was something that you were manifesting at a certain point, something that you were spending a lot of time thinking about, something you were very excited about, you were very interested in, and it was moving very fast. It wasn't unbalanced. You were very impatient when it came to this as well. And I actually think that you ended up having success with this scenario, whatever this was. You had some success with it. However, I'm getting that despite the success, there was something wrong, okay? Something, do I want to say bad? I don't know if I'm going to go with bad, but I'm going to go with, even though there was some sort of like, how do I want to say this? I'm getting the idea of like a high opinion of you. Like somebody having a high opinion of you, or, you know, you having a high opinion of yourself, which hopefully you do. Or other people praising you for something, okay? There was something wrong with whatever was going on. Because we've got this Temperance card here in the reverse, we've got this Prince of Swords card here in the reverse, and the Six of Swords. It's like the plan didn't go to plan, or maybe it was a bad plan from the get-go and people just didn't recognize it. The swords, they move very, very quickly, and I've talked also here before about things moving kind of like too fast, or moving very, very fast with these Eight of Wands energy here. And I think that it's like whatever inspiration that you had, you may have like told a lot of people about an idea or something, for example. Maybe you had an idea, you told a lot of people about it, you were really inspired by it, you really were like, let's do this, let's get this done, you know, organizing certain things and people in order to actually move forward with it. But the idea and the execution were not evenly matched. That's what I'm getting here. The idea and the execution were not evenly matched. And I think that you didn't know enough, or not enough was known. Let me say this. Not enough was known to actually have a solid plan and move forward with whatever this thing was. This could be a relationship. This could be a business. This could be like a political project, or just a project in general, a creative endeavor, okay? And because not enough research was done, not enough was known, the plan was not solid because of this, You got weighed down. This is like Icarus, the person who flew too close to the sun, okay? And it's like the wings melted off, you know? Yeah, it's like that exact thing. Like Icarus was like super excited about the prospect of flying. We've got all these winged animals here. We've got this winged angel. We've got this bird here. This winged prince in the reverse. And then this girl who has all these birds tied to her wrists, but she's in the reverse and it's almost like they're dragging her down, right? And then we've got this phoenix here, but it's upside down. It's like that story about Icarus and also the butterfly, of course, winged animal as well. So it's like having, he had these like wax wings or something, I think. And then like he flew too close to the sun and they melted and he fell to his death. And I know that that's like very morbid, but it's like, you had this like grand idea of how something was supposed to be, and I think you got a lot of other people really excited about it, and they all kind of climbed on board with you, and then it like literally crashed and burned. I'm not gonna say literally, maybe it is literal for some of you guys, but like it crashed and burned. It did not work out. It didn't work out well because it wasn't well executed, it wasn't well planned, it wasn't well thought through, and maybe somebody told you no after you were expecting to have a yes. Or maybe, like I said, whatever this was just like kept going downhill. Like the energy kept going downhill until it literally like fizzled out. Okay. And the big change that I'm seeing actually, I think, is that there's going to be some sort of new opportunity here. I don't even know if I want to say new cycle, but I feel like a new opportunity and a commitment to being more evenly matched. It's like where a mistake was made last time and things were not evenly matched with the Temperance card. You see how this angel here is holding two cups, but they're not on the same plane, and one is pouring into the other while the other one is like empty. You know? Here in this change, it's like the dynamic has shifted. You may end up getting like a partner. Let's say it is a business endeavor. You may end up getting a partner who helps you plan things or knows just as much about this subject as you, but in a different way. Maybe you're the one bringing the enthusiasm and they're the ones bringing like the resources, or they're the ones who are bringing in like the knowledge about it. You'll notice here, this couple, they're in front of the Taj Mahal. Taj Mahal is one of like the 7 wonders of the world, and it's also a tomb for the emperor's wife. She was somebody that he like really, really respected. He often had her consult him on like political things and all this kind of stuff, and he really, really respected her, like her mind. And I feel like you and this person are going to have not only a massive amount of respect for each other, but you're going to give each other kind of like a place and a space in your life that nobody else is able to occupy. And I think that this could be like monumental, right? Seems like it's going to be really, I mean, obviously, you know, this video is about a big change, so I'm not surprised that I use the word monumental and we have like this monument and this wonder of the world here. But just thinking about the relationship between Shah Jahan, I don't want to say their name wrong, so I hope that I'm not, Shah Jahan and Mumtaz, who, that was his wife, one of his wives, the one that he loved the most, who he's buried with at the Taj Mahal. You know, they had like not only a very loving relationship, but also like a very like sexually intense relationship, okay? And we did get kind of like some signs of that in the identifiers as well. So you guys might have like, you know, pretty steamy private time. That's interesting as well. However, I also do think, and this is sad, but Mumtaz, I hope that I'm saying her name right. I don't know that I am. I'm pretty sure she passed away during childbirth. Yeah, she had given birth to 13 kids already, and this was her 14th child. And it didn't go well, you know? And we do have the Empress here in reverse, so I'm obviously not trying to scare anybody, but I feel like I have to say that, unfortunately. For some of you guys, this could be possibly finding out that you are pregnant, and whether you take that well or not, obviously, everybody's going to have different feelings about that. But for some of you guys, you might find out like that you or your partner is pregnant, and that could cause a little bit of mixed feelings, or like a feeling of mystery, like what are we going to do, what's going to happen, a desire to commit in certain ways, right? Especially since we do have welcome the new here. A desire to nest also in some way, I feel like, is coming through, since we do have like this nest here with this bird like collecting stuff as well. There also may be like some unwanted attention coming through. And of course, not everybody who's watching this is like going to get pregnant or even anything to do with kids. So like I said, take what resonates and leave the rest. There will be other scenarios that come through. You could have the desire to create something in general with this person, or maybe it's an organization or something with whoever this partnership is going to be with. And I feel like it's going to make you feel both very powerful but also very uncomfortable. I feel like there's going to be some sort of discomfort, and that discomfort probably is because it's a new thing. Whatever you're doing, it's a new thing. And new things, they can be hard, especially when you have to make a big commitment to it. It can be difficult to commit to something new. But we've got a lot of fire energy here. Not only with, the Eight of Wands and the Six of Wands here, but we actually have like the fire symbol on the Temperance card and here on the Ace of Wands. So that triangle, which both of these triangles are upside down. Upside down triangles, they definitely can represent a womb as well, W-O-M-B, a womb. So the feminine energy here is very, very strong. This ring also looks like it could be like a portal, right? A portal to a new world, a portal to a whole new slice of life, a whole new type of life, a whole new dimension, maybe that you didn't even recognize existed. I feel like with Welcome the New, it's like literally, it's like, my whole life has changed since you came in. I knew back then you were that special one. I'm so in love, so deep in love. That song is Differences by Genuine. We've got Sagittarius here, energy. So that could be important for somebody. And I'm also wondering if maybe things that, like whatever this was that didn't work out the first time, it could have felt like maybe trying to put like a square peg into a round hole with the mystery here. I feel like maybe it was trying to do something that didn't fit. But this time, instead, you now have found a reflective energy. You see how these two blocks, they reflect each other? Like, they're not exact replicas, but they do have the same structure. Similar to this, right? This man and this woman, they're not exact replicas, but they have the same structure here. And so I think that you're going to find that like you have a lot more in common. If this is a new person, you're going to find that you have a ton in common with them. If this is a person who's coming back, who's circling back around, who you haven't heard from maybe in a while, or who, is calling you with some news or something like that, you may find that you guys now have more in common than you used to, okay? I think that there's like some fear here of letting your light shine, because whatever light you had shone so hard last time when the Icarus situation happened, when the crash and burn happened, there were so many eyes that were on you in the past. This could be like, maybe you had a relationship that you posted all over the internet, and then the relationship didn't work out, and you kind of had to explain to everybody, make an announcement, me and so-and-so, we're not together anymore, blah, 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 that kind of thing. Or maybe, you know, you tried to start a business and it didn't work, and then you had to like kind of like let everybody know that you decided to move on. Or maybe you wanted to like take a trip somewhere and you were so excited and you were like helping raising money for it or whatever, and then you couldn't go and you had to like let everybody know that it didn't work out or whatever, right? There was some sort of situation that you were a part of that you had a lot of people who were rooting for you for. But because it wasn't well planned, or it wasn't well thought out, or there was some sort of issue. If it was a relationship, it could have been an issue with social media or something like that, right? But there were a lot of eyes on you the last time. There were a lot of people who were watching. There were a lot of people who were interested. We keep getting the idea of a spotlight. Here in this mystery card, that circle kind of seems like it's like a sun kind of spotlighting certain things. Here on this Empress card, you know, she's got that kind of like spotlight that she's holding up right here. Even just like this flame here could be almost like a spotlight. But then here, even on the Temperance card, you know, there's a spotlight literally on like this lighthouse in the back, right? So I feel like something was like highlighted. It was like you were in the spotlight last time. People were paying a lot of attention to you, and they were really excited. And then when it didn't work out, I don't know if like other people were disappointed or if it was just you who was disappointed. You know what I mean? That you weren't able to move forward with it. Maybe not just you, if there was another person involved, maybe they were disappointed as well. But I think the point that I'm trying to make is that this time you're afraid of being in the spotlight about this. So for example, going back to like the pregnancy thing, right? Maybe there are, you know, they say that you shouldn't announce a pregnancy before the third trimester is done. And part of that is because you never know what can happen during the first trimester. Some people may, you know, some pregnancies don't always survive that time. That's what I want to say. Some pregnancies don't always survive the first trimester. So maybe somebody like told news, not necessarily too early, but they were excited and they told people, and then it didn't happen, right? The pregnancy didn't survive for whatever reason. And so now this time around, there could be some fear around telling people or letting people know something, right? Even if it is more secure, more stable, and maybe more viable or whatever, right? If you have a business now this time, maybe you have a better plan, you have a better partner, you have, you know, somebody who kind of picks up the slack where you were slacking in the past, and you believe it's going to be successful, but you're afraid to like tell people about the new business because there was a failure in the past. That's what I'm seeing, is that there's some sort of failure that happened that's like now made you kind of afraid to jump, afraid to take that leap of faith, even though you know that you have the right conditions to do so now. And you have the commitment that you needed, whether that commitment is internal or is coming from some external person who wants it just as badly as you. It's like you're afraid to even dip your toe in when it comes to having that spotlight on you. You might be worried that the things that you're growing aren't going to survive. You know, we've got here like these mushrooms that are growing out of the ground here on this card, and on this Temperance card there are these flowers that are growing out of the ground. And it's like, you know, seasons happen. There are times when things grow, and there are times when things don't grow, when things die, when things maybe fade away. But everything is a cycle, and that's why we have the ring here, the cycle. I'm also now thinking sometimes this ring, like the ring has reminded me of like Nuva ring as well, like a birth control method. Yeah, that message is coming through kind of heavy. But like there's, I think, fear of maybe something not growing the way that you want it to, or not growing properly, or even like groundedness, being grounded, staying grounded. Maybe like getting carried away emotionally, fear of being carried away emotionally. The water imagery that I'm seeing in these cards is very interesting. Like here we've got, you know, the Temperance angel is like dipping their toe into the water. They've got one foot on land, they're dipping their other foot in the water. Here we've got like these choppy waters on the Six of Swords, right? Sensing like disaster, things going too rough. Then in this Two of Cups, we have this like planned, beautiful pool of water that has these lotuses on it. You know, lotuses, they grow well in water. They can come up from the mud. They're very resilient plants. You've got lily pads on them. It's like planned, designed, refined. And then here in this card, there's like this whole stream or possibly even a river behind her here. Unrestricted. Only restricted by the fear that's going on here. And it's like things are very different now. They're different now than they were. Here on this card, there's like a separation between these two bodies of water here. And now here on all of them, like they're one and they're flowing. Even the colors in this card are very similar. We've got like, you know, similar the blue water, but then even like the tiles on this side of the water are very similar to the color of the dress. Of course, you've got the green of the grass. And then like the red and the pinks of this, and then like the green in the forest. It's like things are arranged differently now than they used to be, but there's still so much fear. And I wonder if our perspective card is going to give any perspective about that fear, because it's very strong. And welcome the new, like that's the real advice here, is like welcoming. You know, being fearful is not the same energy as welcoming something. If you imagine like, you know, somebody coming to your door, you're afraid of them, you're not going to welcome them into your house. And now I'm thinking about that show, like the theme song. We did get a lot of theme songs in our identifiers. We had the theme song for Power. We had the theme song for One Tree Hill. We had the theme song for Veronica Mars. But I'm thinking about now the theme song for that show, Three's Company. And I don't think that there's a third party here. I don't think that that's, you know, I'm not seeing that. But just like the theme song was like, come and knock on our door. We've been waiting for you, right? So it's like learning how to welcome this thing in and understanding that there is like some sort of mirror going on here. There's some sort of equal matching coming here now, and that the fear is not really necessary. And yeah, maybe you do want to keep things more private this time around. Maybe you don't want to start telling everybody everything right away until things are more solid. We did get privacy as well. That also came out in our identifiers. But that doesn't mean that you can't still be as powerful and as engaged. And I don't mean like necessarily ring engaged, but for some of you, yes. But I mean just active, you know, working on it, whatever, as engaged as you were before. And with the fire being here in the reverse, both, you know, the Ace of Wands, this Temperance card here, it's like the emotion is there, the intention is there, but the action is being suppressed, okay? You have to learn to welcome the new. I also find it interesting here that like, of all these little things being collected in this bird's nest, there's a little die, the singular of dice is die, and it has 2 dots on it. So it's like the 2 is facing up. The 2 is facing up there. So it's like this time you've rolled and you got a 2. And it's like by the luck of the draw, I feel like the 2 of you have been put together, paired together, whatever it is. Maybe it seems like luck, maybe it seems like fate. Maybe in the past, if you know this person from before, maybe in the past it wasn't right or it wasn't the right time. And maybe now it is the right time, you know? And I think that you need to learn to trust more in divine timing. With this Empress here in the reverse, there needs to be more trust in divine timing and in your own power. Because I think in the past, this situation, this failure made you feel powerless. When you were wrong about something or whatever it was. Or when you kind of like overexposed yourself in some way, it made you feel a little bit powerless. And so you don't want to experience that feeling again, which is totally understandable. I feel like for some of you guys, there even could have been in the past like a whole like, oh, look at how great my life is kind of thing. Where maybe you were bragging to some people or just, you know, showing off in some kind of way. And you were like, not only am I badass, but this thing that I made or this thing that I did or this thing that I have or whatever it is also badass too. Like this thing is also great too. And now there's like this reluctance to flaunt, okay? Like an empress definitely can, could, maybe even should, it's up to her, obviously, wear a crown, right? Here, we've got two crowns on this card. There's a crown on the wrist, and then there's a crown on the actual head of the bird. So it's like this idea of flaunting something. And the empress over here, she's like, she is wearing a crown, but it's a different type of crown. It's a different type of crown. It's one that is like of the stars. It's one that's of divinity. It's one that is, I feel like, more personally hopeful. And it's also not as noticeable. Just in the way that this card is drawn, it's like the crown is a little bit harder to see. And so there's like not flaunting certain things. Or something maybe be a little bit obscure or obscured here. So with this next big change, I think your approach to how you decide to either announce it or don't announce it is also going to change from how it was in the past or how you might have done things in the past. I think you're going to do things a little bit differently when it comes to like letting people know about them. You might not publicize it as much. So, you know, for example, like if somebody was maybe going to move, they decided that they wanted to move somewhere, they might, you know, post on their Instagram or post on their Facebook like, hey y'all, I've decided to leave so-and-so or leave XYZ place and I'm gonna move to, you know, ABC place, right? And let people know. But this time you might be like doing things on the low. You might just decide to move in silence, move in a different way. And I think that you're feeling like you don't have to be as loud about certain things anymore because you have some sort of commitment that's holding you down. And holding you down in a good way. I mean like some sort of commitment that makes you feel stable, makes you feel secure, that makes you feel loved, and like you don't have to or even understood, if not loved, understood, seen, possibly even catered to. And because you have that, you don't feel like you need to like, you know, do all this extra stuff that you used to do in the past. All right, I think it's time for our vampire card so we can get some perspective. So this card did come out in reverse. I'm going to honor that. Here we have transmission. Interesting. We have the idea of the reflections again, like I was talking about. So we've got like two twins here. Right? It says spreading of conditions, influence, impact. Some of you guys might be influencers or you might have, like I said, you know, used social media in a way in the past that ended up maybe hurting you more than helping you. So let's go ahead and see what that has to say. Bringing some perspective to the reading. Because, you know, sometimes big changes can kind of like change how we see things or feel about certain things. The number 7 is coming through here again because we had 57, so 7. And also we had 77 come through in the identifiers, so that's coming through real big actually. Okay, I'm going to read from this whole book. Not this whole book, but I'm going to read this whole passage from the book. All right, I'm going to read the curse first since this did come out in reverse. That's what they're calling the reversal, quote unquote, the curse. I don't think it's bad. It says, feeling guilty for someone wanting to come with you. That makes so much sense. I was talking about this fear, but I was like, there's so much like depth of feeling here. And there's not this, there's feeling and there's passion, but there's no action. And so guilt makes a lot of sense actually. Feeling guilty for someone wanting to come with you. It is their choice and their soul's journey. Do not deny them the gift of your company simply because the road you share is tough. If this person wants to be with you, even if you're not feeling at your best, even if you're not feeling at your most confident, even if you are scared, they recognize and see something in you, whether that is love or a business idea or whatever it is that you guys are sharing together. They see something with you. And yeah, it could be rough with the 6 of Swords here in reverse, but they have their own ability to stand tall and to match you. Like I said, they can pick up the slack in places where you are weak. Don't deny them the pleasure and the gift of your company just because it might be a rough journey. And now I'm thinking also about the whole thing, what I was saying about like with privacy and maybe not like telling people certain things that you would have said before or whatever, like sharing on social media. If, for example, let's say that there was like a mommy blogger who suffered a miscarriage and they weren't sure if they wanted to talk about it on their blog or on their Instagram. There are probably other people out there who follow that person who not only would like to hear that story, but share that story, share that pain. And it's like, it could be a gift for that mommy blogger to decide to open up about the struggle of losing a child that she really wanted. So it's like, don't deny the experience, don't deny yourself, don't deny them of being able to share that with you. And remember, like if somebody doesn't like what you're saying or what you're sharing, or if they think it's too personal or whatever, like they can always unfollow you. They can always, hit the block button. They don't have to, especially when it comes to social media, like they don't have to pay attention to you. Okay, so if you do decide that you want to change that energy towards more welcoming and kind of like opening the floodgates, if you will, then just keep that in mind. So I am going to read from the rest of this card, and it says, spreading of conditions, influence, impact. There are those who cannot bear to be parted. And so even if one has been infected with what you would call a negative, something that is likely to create difficulties and challenges in life, or even compromise life, some would rather share the negative experience than be parted by the possibility of 2 separate experiences. Thus we have a strange phenomenon, the deliberate adoption of behaviors and attitudes, and sometimes even illnesses, almost as if they are infectious, even when they are not. You have names for this in your medical world, and your social scientists do work on this too. Who we spend our time with, who we share our lives with, is who we are very likely to become. We are special beings, even us, and we adapt and adopt and become alike over time. It is as simple as observing that who you are with, who you spend your time with, who you choose to surround you, who will have influence on you. As your poet John Donne said, no man is an island. And so we sisters are here to tell you the danger you are courting and the decision you must make. For you are either influencing another very strongly, and they may make a life-changing decision simply to share life with you more closely. They cannot bear to be separate and will draw closer to you through this. Or another is influencing you very strongly, and you would rather endure what some call hell than be separated by diverging experiences. For we sisters, the choice was made long ago. So remember, this is a vampires deck, right? So they're speaking like vampires live for a long time, mostly, right? That's like the lore, is vampires can live forever or for 100, however many hundreds of years, right? Of course, they aren't vulnerable to certain things, but they have long lifespans as long as they stay safe. And so that's why I wanted the vampire cards to give us perspective on certain things, especially when it comes to a big change in life, because vampires come with so much wisdom because they've lived so long. And also they just, have very different perspectives on certain things than humans do. So when they say like one of us was transformed, they mean like one of them was turned into a vampire, right? So we assume that they're twins. One of us was transformed against her wishes, but the other could not be left behind to live and die as a mortal while the other watched. And our differing natures growing further and further apart over the years, we could not bear to experience that. So we are together for as long as we can sustain this form. Was this the right thing for us to choose? Should we have made another creature deliberately, knowing the suffering it may bring? Perhaps we should not have, but for us, facing our lives as separate beings, one a danger to the other, was not even a consideration. For you, your choice may be easier. Think before the influence that need not be takes a little of your soul away. Surround yourself with people and ideas that you wish to be influenced by. Create an amazing support network. And I think that whoever this is that wants to take this journey with you, whether that is, a commitment here, in business or in family or in love or whatever, you guys don't know what lies ahead, but you do know that you have each other. For some of you guys, there could be an illness involved here. Possibly, here's an example. Maybe you meet the love of your life and you find out that that person has herpes. Herpes, yes, it is an STD. Unfortunately, I think like there are a lot of people out there who have herpes. And you meet the love of your life and they tell you that they have herpes. Are you going to like make the decision that you don't want to live without them, and like, are there medications out there? I don't know. I don't know that much about herpes, I'm going to be honest. But there are ways, I guess, that you could potentially protect yourself from getting it or whatever. But like, are you going to leave this person behind? Or are you going to say, you know what? If you have herpes, I have herpes. And I love you and let's live together forever. And, blah, 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 right? That was a crazy example, but I'm sure it honestly happens to a lot of people because, like I said, I feel like there are a lot of people out there who have herpes or whatever, right? Sorry, I'm not trying to like make light of a situation, and I'm not trying to offend anybody, but like thinking about like the quote unquote choice that these two sisters made, right? Like they didn't want to live without each other, and so when one became a vampire, the other one decided to become a vampire too. Because they just were like, we love each other that much. We want to, live our lives as twins together. And I don't want to grow old while you're forever young. And then I die and you have to live without me and all this other stuff, right? Their sisterly bond was like more important to them than that. And I feel like whatever this situation, they made a commitment to each other at that point when they decided to, turn the second sister into a vampire as well. They made a commitment to each other. And so that's why it's like this idea of this ring and starting a new cycle and like entering, like I said, through a new portal to a dimension or a type of life that you didn't even know existed, right? So like these vampire girls, before they were vampires, they didn't know shit about vampire life. They didn't know about any of that stuff, you could assume, right? But they decided to make that commitment and to, go into the mystery together. And I feel like you and this person, if you've just met them, then you make a match that you could do that together. And this person may want to do that with you, even if maybe you're not at your best. How maybe, or like you don't have as much support as you used to. Or you're not as confident as you used to be. This person wants to make this journey with you. If this is somebody that you already know from the past, I feel like you guys have both grown in ways that you kind of realize now what is really important, and you've realized that like you want this person by your side and they want you by their side no matter what. And so yeah, that could be scary. Like, I'm sure, going back to this little vampire story about these twin sisters, like, I'm sure they were scared. And especially the one who wasn't a vampire, who yet was scared by the prospect of becoming one. But you can't let that fear hold you back from what you really want in life. And so it's like this idea of making a commitment and welcoming it despite the fear. And going back to the whole idea of like the privacy and the internet, and like maybe having shared too much in the past, or having failed big in front of a whole bunch of people. Everybody loves a comeback story, okay? Everybody loves a comeback story. So those same people, if you failed before, they might love to see you win this time around. And if they don't, like I said, like they can hit the block button, they can unfollow. You could even find new people who can support you. Just like the book said, you know, surround yourself with people who love and support you, and create an amazing support network. People and ideas that you wish to be influenced by. And so a large part of like turning this Empress card around is going to be working on your self-concept. Reminding yourself how powerful you are. Remembering that you're that bitch. Seeing yourself through the eyes of this other person. Whether this is like a love connection, like I said, a business connection, a family connection, whatever. This person sees something so special in you. They want to go on this journey with you. They trust you. They believe in you. And they see something so special in you. And you need to be able to see yourself through their eyes. And try and understand why they would want to walk that road with you. And I know I said that like it could seem like it's like trying to fit a square peg into a round hole or whatever. Maybe it was in the past. But now things are more evenly matched. And you need to try and see yourself as they see you. Because things are different now. They're different now than how they used to be. And I do feel like things maybe have slowed down in a certain way. And like, that's okay. That's okay if things have slowed down. Because when things slow down, it gives you the time that you need to develop trust and to develop peace. And a real sense of like friendship and camaraderie and all the things that a commitment is built on and relies on in order to last and be true, you know? Not everybody is like born in the womb with another person who they can, you know, trust for all the livelong days. Most of us have to build that, you know? Work on changing the self-concept, changing the mind, and learning how to be more welcoming and less fearful of mystery. This is the great mystery after all. You may want to look into the great mystery. Like literally type that into Google, the great mystery. There's some Native American ideology around that may be helpful to you. You also probably want to work on grounding as well, finding different methods of grounding yourself, especially when like, you know, we're talking about the idea of like going through portals, changing massive things in your life, making big commitments. Being grounded is going to help a lot with that. And also understanding like life cycles as well. Different types of cycles, whether that's menstrual cycles, season cycles. I almost said bicycles. Unicycles, whatever, you know, all these different types of cycles. You may want to look into them, because I feel like that will help you to understand that, like, you know, sometimes you're up and sometimes you're down. You're always going to be up. Not everything's going to always be perfect 100% of the time. Sometimes we have to, you know, go down to appreciate what it feels like to be up. And I feel like that's kind of what happened to you in the past, when you were, you know, so excited and you shared all this news with other people or whatever, you were showing off, blah, blah, blah. And then, like I said, crashed and burned, had the Icarus moment. And sometimes you have to have downs so you can appreciate the ups, you know? I know we don't have the Wheel of Fortune here, because to me this was more a function of the mind and not something that's outside of your control. Like I said, there was poor planning, there was poor execution, there wasn't enough research put into it, you didn't learn enough about whatever it was that you were supposed to learn. And so this time around, you have the opportunity to correct those mistakes. And it has to do with the mind, it has to do with the mental. And they are talking here about guilt, so there may be some guilt involved that you may have to work through as well. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel so you can be more connected, so I can give you more specific scenarios that relate to you and your life. And don't forget to like this video. I love you. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Bye. Howdy ho, pile 2. What's up? What's up? We're here trying to find out about the next big change in your life. I'm super excited. These are going to be the identifiers, so if you want to skip straight to the reading, the part with the cards, there is another timestamp down below that will say pile 2 reading. You can go ahead and use that timestamp to skip forward if you like. These identifiers, the way that they work is that at least one of the things that comes out of this lip bowl, I've got a whole bunch of slips in here, should be significant to you somehow. It could be relevant to your life recently. It might have been just like showing up over the last few days. So if it was like a few months ago, it would have to be something significant enough that you would remember. So for example, it would be like you and your friends went to karaoke and you sang a certain song and you remember it because it was just so much fun. Maybe that was like the last time you went there or whatever. Or maybe somebody like serenaded you with that song or something like that, right? So it would have to be a significant memory of the last few months, or it could just be something that kind of like keeps popping up over the last few months in a way that you notice it and remember it. So yeah, okay, let's get into it. Spirit, help me connect with my pile 2 people. We're finding out the next big change in their life. Who is in pile 2? Who are my pile 2 people? We had a ton of identifiers in pile 1. It was like actually a little overwhelming how many came out. So let's see what pile 2 is about. Who's in pile 2, Spirit? While I'm doing this is a great time for you to subscribe to the channel, hit that subscribe button, and also like this video, hit the thumbs up. That will help the video spread a little bit farther across YouTube so that anybody who may need to see this message can see it, can find it on their browsing page. So pile 2 is a little bit, not even a little bit smaller, it's a lot smaller than pile 1. That's funny. Interesting. Here we have annoying. So maybe a lot of annoying things have been happening to you recently. Maybe somebody recently that called you annoying, or you have been saying somebody or something is annoying. Pink velvet. Maybe you're wearing pink velvet. Maybe you have a lot of pink velvet in your home. Maybe you just bought something or gave something away that was pink velvet. Sex in the City. This one might be especially relevant since we did just get like a little phone chime for that. That is an HBO show starring Sarah Jessica Parker as Carrie Bradshaw. Carrie, Samantha, Miranda, and Charlotte, the little iconic foursome from that show. Congratulations, Smack and Katie by Reggie and the Full Effect. That's a song. Ruby Woo. That's a lipstick color. It's like a bright red from MAC Cosmetics. We have here ATVs. Those are like those four-wheelers that people ride around on, like the beach, the jungle, the country, that kind of thing. Pineapple. That could be your favorite fruit. Maybe you recently ate a pineapple. You, like me, might be a pineapple on pizza lover. Haters, don't at me. I'm allowed to like what I like. Fire signs. Aries, Leo, Sagittarius. That could be your sun, moon, rising, Venus, or your north node. We've got here the number 7. So that would be the month of July. You could also be seeing 777. July is Cancer and Leo energy coming through. You could live on the 7th floor, 7th building in your apartment complex. Maybe you're on 7th Street, something like that. Maybe you have 7 in your address. I've never said that before, but that could be like in the numbers of your address. Maybe there are 7 people in your family, something like that. Wobble by VIC. Wobble baby, wobble baby, wobble baby, wobble. Maybe you recently danced to that at like a wedding or a party or something like that. Maybe, who knows? Diamond. So that could be like a gemstone, an engagement. You might really like diamonds. Diamonds are a girl's best friend is coming through as well, which is interesting because I don't think I've ever referenced that here before with this slip. But also, this is also referencing Diamond from Love is Blind season 1. She was one who was engaged briefly to Carlton. Burn by Usher. I think that you should let it burn. All right. We've got here the Hello Talk app. That's an app that allows you to chat with people all over the world. You get to practice different languages, things like that. Gardenias, those are flowers. Maybe that's your favorite flower, or maybe you recently smelled some, or you bought some seeds or bought some flowers. I don't know, something like that. Maybe somebody gifted you some. Poppy seed bagel. That could be your favorite type of bagel. Maybe you recently ate one, or you're learning how to make them. Tea ceremony. So that is supposed to be like a Chinese tea ceremony, but it also could refer to like a tea ritual. So maybe you have like a tea time that you do every day, or you might have like a morning routine that involves having a cup of tea, something like that. BoJack Horseman. It's a TV show on Netflix. The main character is also named BoJack Horseman. This Charming Man by Stars. That is a cover of a song by the Smiths. Okay, let's see. Foot pics. That one's new to the bowl. That's so funny that it came out. So you might be like into making foot pictures or buying foot pictures. Maybe you have like an OnlyFans where you sell feet pics or something like that. Maybe you recently like just took a picture of your feet and it wasn't, for sale or anything. You just might have taken a picture of your feet to like show to your doctor, or maybe show your pedicure to your friend or your boyfriend or whatever, or something like that, I don't know. Fresh air. So you could be going out to get some fresh air. You might be making that a priority lately. I even just heard like it might have been a long time since you got some fresh air and you're thinking that you maybe need some. Fresh Air is also a podcast or a show on NPR, and you could be a fan of that or have listened to it recently. Maybe you just caught it recently in the car. Drew Barrymore by SZA. That's a song. Is it warm enough for you outside, baby? Ooh, speaking of being outside. So yeah, some of you guys might be like outside enjoying the weather or something like that. Might be spending more time outside recently. Here we have the number 8. So 7 and 8 together. So 78 or 87 could be, those could be birth years like 1978 or 1987. Those could be ages. Those could just be, significant numbers for you. 8, again, is with Leo and also Virgo. So Leo is coming through super strong. Fire signs, we do have that here. And then Leo is also in July and August. So that's coming through as well. That could be in your sun, moon, rising, Venus, or north node placements. 888 might be showing up. You could live on the 8th floor, apartment number 8, something like that. 8 people in your family, things like that. 8 could just be your favorite number. Lucky number. Stuffed grape leaves. Delicious. Also sometimes called dolmas. Here we have Lights by Journey. When the lights go down in the city. Okay. Ukraine. The country of Ukraine. So maybe you're from there. Maybe you have family from there, or you have a lot of memories there or something like that. Maybe you were just reading about Ukraine. Nana by Trey Songz. That's a song. Oh, sorry if you guys can hear. Somebody's mowing their lawn, or having their lawn mowed rather. And I don't know if you guys can hear that in the background. And if you can, I apologize. Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets. Okay, I'll put that up there, I guess. So that could be the movie or the book, having some relevance to you. Here we have graphic novel. So I wasn't going to mention this earlier. Sometimes I do when this song comes out, This Charming Man by Stars. I first heard that in a Barnes & Noble, and I wasn't going to mention it, but now that graphic novel is here, it kind of makes me want to mention it. So Barnes & Noble could be relevant somehow, or maybe you're just really into graphic novels. You could be reading them, drawing them, writing them, that kind of thing. Maybe you like to go browse the graphic novel section at the library or at the bookstore. Ted Mosby, main character on How I Met Your Mother. Interestingly enough, Barney Stinson came out in Part 1. That is one of Ted's best friends. We have here the number 23. 23, that could not only be your age, but it also reminds me of that song by Miley Cyrus and Mike Will Made It called 23. It reminds me of Michael Jordan. That was very famously his number when he played on the Bulls. Also, What's My Age Again by Blink-182. They say nobody likes you when you're 23. So yeah, any of those things could be relevant. Roller coaster. Ooh, maybe you like to ride the roller coasters. You could be kind of like an adrenaline junkie. Maybe you just went to an amusement park or something like that, or you have plans coming up to go to an amusement park. And then we have juggernaut. That is a word. It means like something like monumental. I do think also that it's like a character from Marvel. I'm not a Marvel girly. I don't understand what goes on with that, so I don't know, but I just remember like Googling it and that came up. So maybe that has something to do with it. But this is a great example of like one of those things that I said maybe just is showing up in your life a lot over the past few days. For some reason, for like 4 or 5 days, people kept using the word juggernaut in my life. I have no idea why. I have not heard it again since, but like for a solid 4 or 5 days, all within the same week, there were lots of people who use the word juggernaut, whether I just heard it on the news or I heard it in real life or I read it somewhere. It just kept popping up. So that's kind of like what I mean when I say, you know, it has some sort of relevance or significance to you, or, you know, some sort of like familiarity for you. But okay, I'm going to go write these down in my tarot journal. I did make a tarot journal for y'all, so if you're interested, the link is down below. Go ahead and check that out, along with my abundance journal. If you're working on your financial literacy journey, that could be helpful for you as well. But yeah, I will see you guys in just a second for the reading. Don't forget to hit the subscribe button and to like this video. Hey there, Pile 2. Welcome to your reading. Let's get into this. Oof, my energy is like, I just got off of a phone call, and you know how sometimes like phone calls are just, they can be so draining. So yeah, I don't know if you guys feel that. I don't know if that like resonates with any of you, but oof. Okay, let's see how it goes. We got the thread. Interesting. So next big change in your life could have something to do with connection. Now I am thinking about that song, like Mr. Telephone Man, There's Something Wrong with My Line. You know, thinking about how like they used to have literal phone lines and phones used to have cords on them. And then there were like the operators who were like plugging the things in. If you don't know what I'm talking about, definitely like go look it up. I know. This video is a timeless reading, so somebody could be watching this like 50 years from now and they're like, what are you talking about? Back in the day, phone operators, like literally would like take lines in and out of sockets to connect them to different places. So yeah, but the idea of like something being connected, having like a thread through a story. This also could be a thread through clothing to help kind of connect to parts of a sweater or a shirt or something like that. But as you can see, there's like somebody like pulling on the thread, like trying to like pull on the line. That also makes me think about fishing as well, like putting some bait on the hook and casting your line out into the water, and then like some fish comes and, you know, takes the bait and they get hooked on, and it's like a pull and a tug. This also makes me think about tug of war. And it's also making me think about like climbing the rope in gym class, the way that this person's arm is going. Climbing the rope in gym class. Some of you guys might be feeling pretty isolated, and there might be one specific connection in your life that is almost like a lifeline. And it doesn't have to be to a person or any specific person. I'm even thinking it could be like an online scenario. So for example, if somebody, you know, like maybe they're not having the best real social life, like in real life, but they play this game on like PlayStation or Xbox, and it's like a multiplayer game, and they have like their little headset on, and they get to, you know, talk to other players of the game, and it's like a lifeline for them to still be social, even if they don't have you know, very vibrant social life in real life. So there's some sort of like lifeline that is coming through here. I'm also thinking about on that show, like Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, when they're like, would you like to phone a friend? When the person doesn't know the answer, right? They allow you the option to phone a friend. I think they also do that on Cash Cab. So yeah, this could be like a connection to somebody who is like more knowledgeable than you, or who has different types of knowledge than you, or who's like really good at making associations, or maybe you're really good at making associations. Kind of like how I've been doing, you know, the past few minutes. This fog around here on this card, it's also reminding me not only of like London fog is coming through. It also reminds me a little bit of like thunder or a thunderstorm, but also it's making me think of like the shape of it makes me think of like a continent or a country. This right here even almost looks like it's like a mountain range. I don't know what country I'm thinking. It feels like it could be something Asian. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not super sure. Maybe like China. I don't know. Of course, you know, we do have this rainbow here at the top, the upside down rainbow. I guess that depends on your perspective and how you're looking at it. You could be feeling like cut off from your community, feeling cut off from like from people who maybe think differently from you, or who live their lives differently from you. And you might be interested in making connections in that arena, which that could make sense. Like, for example, if I said like, this reminds me of like an Asian country. I'm American. I don't know a ton about Asian countries. You know, I know certain things, but like, I would love to go and visit one so I could learn more. And I feel like you kind of could be in that same kind of vein where it's like, you don't know necessarily a lot about a certain community, but you would be interested in learning more and making connections there, or in a certain space or something like that. So, yeah, let's see. There also could be a message here about being cut off. Maybe like an important phone call gets dropped, or an important connection being cut off, that you thought might have been getting stronger, or that you thought was strong, possibly could be kind of like becoming cloudy, or maybe has become cloudy, or something like that. I'm also wondering if maybe like there's a scenario for some of you guys, and of course, you know, take what resonates and leave the rest. Don't let the rest of it take from you. I love that saying. Shout out to Esotero. I heard her say that earlier. But for some of you guys, I'm wondering if maybe you had like a deep connection, or like a friend, or somebody who you were close to, who decided to like become part of a different community than you. This could be that they moved. It could be that maybe like they came out and they, you know, wanted to get more in touch with like the LGBTQIA community. It could be that they wanted to, maybe they're from a different heritage than you, and they wanted to like become more embedded in their cultural community or something like that. And in doing so, you guys maybe haven't had as much contact as you normally would, or you previously did, because they are kind of exploring new territory that you don't fit into, possibly. Okay, let's go ahead and move forward. We've got some oracle cards here that we're going to use with this reading, and then we're going to get the tarot out as well. We're actually going to put this vampire card out till the end. I love that vampire deck, the Les Vampires. I say Les Vampires, but I don't know if it's less vampires or what. I try to be like a little fancy, put some French on it or whatever, but I like those cards because I feel like they always give really good perspective. You know, vampires, like, they live for a really long time, or at least like they have the potential to. And with that, it's like they've seen so many things coming and going. And I think that there's like a really good way to kind of shift perspective, especially when it comes to big changes. And so we're going to leave that for the end. But let's actually see like what this change is. It says here, realizations and epiphanies. Ooh. Yeah, some of you guys may be realizing that you need more community. And then on the opposite end of that, maybe some of you guys are realizing that you need more of a different kind of community, like less of the community that you're in now and more of a different kind of community, right? No man is an island. So you may be realizing like I might need to withdraw from certain people, cut the cord. For some of you guys, this could be about cord cutting as well. Cut the cord with certain groups of people, but that doesn't mean that you don't, extend new cords to different types of groups or something like that. There might be some of you guys who are like on realizing that maybe some of your relationships and friendships aren't the healthiest, and so you want to move forward with different types. So for example, I was watching The Big Bang Theory last night, and there was this episode where Raj, I think it's like in like season 11, so it's kind of towards the end of the series, where Raj is talking to his dad, and Raj had like applied for this new job and he was really excited about it and he wanted it, and he kind of like bombed the interview because they asked him like, I guess, about his weaknesses or something, and he like literally went on for like 45 minutes about things that he's not good at and like why he's not good enough and all this other stuff. And he talked to his dad about it, and his dad was like, this is your friend Howard's fault. And Raj was like, what are you talking about? He's like, the way that Howard talks to you, like he's always making fun of you. You don't have the self-esteem that you should, considering, how your mother and I nurtured you and how you grew up. Like your self-esteem, you're well educated, you're attractive, you're this, you're that, you should have higher self-esteem. But like the way that your friend Howard is always, putting you down and bullying you and stuff like that, he's the issue here. And Raj at first is like, no, that's just, how people, express their friendship, and he's just teasing me. It's not anything that serious. And his dad was like, I mean, it kind of is that serious if, you're losing positions or losing opportunities because your self-esteem is shot to hell, right? And Raj kind of like takes some time to reflect, and he has this epiphany that like, Howard has not been the best friend to me, and I'm not going to sit here and, blame all my problems on him, but he really does spend a lot of time putting me down. And that's not the type of energy that I want in my life right now. And so Raj makes some life changes. He changes the way he does his hair. It turns out he had been straightening his hair the whole time because he wanted it to look like Howard's and all this other stuff. And he makes some changes. He goes back to the people at the planetarium where he wanted the job, and he ends up, standing up for himself, and they give him the job. And so he's starting to make more positive changes in his life, but he confronts Howard, and of course Howard, gets defensive and gets upset about it, and they decide to like part ways for a little while. I don't know how long it is in the series. It's only for a few episodes, but they have like a lot of time jumps during this time. So it could have been for, weeks, possibly months, who knows. But eventually they do make up. But by the point that they make up, Raj has been able to like rebuild some of his self-esteem. So it was like a severing of the tie for a certain amount of time. And I feel like some of you guys may be going through some realizations and epiphanies that some of the ties that you have are not as healthy as they could be, and maybe are making you feel lonelier than you should. Or you might be realizing that like you need more ties to certain types of communities that could help you to like kind of pull yourself out of that darkness, right? It's like pulling on that rope, yeah. Okay, let's see what we have here. Here we have disruption. Yeah, this foggy energy is coming through. And I don't know if you guys were watching the Identifiers, but I got disrupted quite a few times during those Identifiers. One of the things that I did say was that like somebody was mowing a lawn outside, and I was like, I don't know if you guys can hear that, but apologies if you can, and so that kind of thing. But also like my mom called me, I got another phone call, there was some texts and stuff like that. I just kept getting interrupted while I was trying to do this reading. Sorry, I just don't want there to be a glare. Yeah, I don't want there to be a glare. And it was very distracting. So some of you guys may be having some distractions that are like kind of keeping you down, keeping you weighed down, that are kind of like obscuring your clarity in your life. And a realization and epiphany like that is a moment of clarity here. And it's like over here on this card, there's some clarity around the actual thread, and then there's clarity over here. So it's like there's two different levels of clarity, right? I feel like this, like the darker clarity around here where there's no fog, in this middle part where the thread is, that's like a realization. And then the thread of the realization is going to lead you into this actually clear, bright spot up here. That is the epiphany. So interesting. I'm going to read from the book about the disruptions. This is a deck that is new to me, so still learning it. Let's see what it has to say. All right, pink, the color pink in general. Let's read about that. Pink is frequently associated with love, sweetness, nurturing, and compassion. Pink roses are often associated with affection and gratitude, and in astrology, pink is aligned with the planet Venus, which rules over aesthetics and love. Rose quartz, a popular crystal known for its light pink hue, is said to be useful for connecting to matters of the heart and boosting feelings of self-love. Brighter shades of pink like magenta and fuchsia convey a sense of excitement, while lighter shades of pink are often used to bring feelings of relaxation into an environment. So this is one of those brighter shades of pink, so there could be some sort of like really exciting disruption going on here. Let's see what this has to say. When we see pink cards in a reading, a common theme is tenderness and love, which are what you're working with if you draw mostly pink cards, which we only drew one, so we'll see. Love and tenderness, either for yourself or another, are really all about approaching things with a sense of gentleness and sensitivity. How can you be more kind to yourself and others? How can you approach life with compassion and an open and soft heart? Yes. All right, let's go with disruption and see what this actual card says. Like the shocking pink color, this card demands attention. It represents intensity, innovation, and nonconformity. It is a catalyst for releasing fear in order to make bold and courageous moves. What is stagnant in your life? There we go. That fog that I was talking about. What is stagnant in your life that needs to change? How can you shake things up a bit? How can you continuously innovate your life in unexpected and productive ways? All right. So a couple things are coming up to me right now. Disruptors as a concept in business is coming through. And so some of you guys may have like this brilliant realization or brilliant epiphany, an idea that helps to kind of like disrupt an industry. They say that disruptors can be some of like the most successful businesses. So for example, I feel like Uber was one of those disruptor type of companies. They totally, upended the taxi cab and driver service industry, right? You may have like one of these disruptive ideas that you kind of just have to follow. And like I was saying, when it's like pulling on the thread, right? Climbing that rope. And I mentioned earlier, like climbing a rope in gym class, right? It can be hard to do that, but it's like an accomplishment once you've actually done it, right? So I feel like there could even be an idea that's kind of like tugging at you that you're not giving as much credit or you're not giving as much attention as you probably should be, okay? So that is one thing. And then going back to the idea of like gaining a new community or something like that, wanting to kind of like switch things up, wanting to change things. We did get Ted Mosby in our Identifiers, and towards the end of the series, How I Met Your Mother, of which his character is the star, he decides that, he's in a rut in New York, and that had been where he had been like searching for the love of his life for so long, and the person that he loved was about to get married to somebody else, and he just didn't think that he could, be there for the next however many years until he finally found his soulmate being miserable. So he's like, I'm going to shake things up. I decided to take a job in Chicago and I'm moving, right? He doesn't actually end up doing that. Spoiler alert, that series has been out forever. If you haven't seen it, it's good. Go watch it. I don't know how well, all of the jokes hold up, but still, there's like this whole thing about, first of all, the red string theory is coming through as well too. So we're going to take this into a little bit of different territory from how I've been talking about this. For those of you who haven't seen How I Met Your Mother, major spoilers ahead. It's definitely still worth watching though, for sure. But yes, Ted Mosby, the whole like series is him in the future telling his kids the story of how he met their mother, okay? And he literally starts like 8 to 10 years before the actual meeting of the mom, because the meeting of the mom happened in a very specific way that wouldn't have happened if he had not met this other person first. So he talks about how he meets this other person first and how this other person like contributes all these things to his life and all of the different events that lead up to him meeting the mom. And so for those of you who don't know, red string theory, and that maybe is why I was thinking about China, because I do believe that this is like a Chinese tradition maybe, or a Chinese, what is the word that I'm looking for? Belief? I don't know. I guess you would say like maybe like a mythology, that soulmates are connected by a red thread that like, you know, is tied around each one's ankle, and eventually they will, you know, get untangled and they'll find each other, right? And so Ted finally finds his future wife at the wedding of two of his friends. And, or not at the wedding, but like on the way home from the wedding, I guess. And she totally disrupts his plans. Like he had plans to move to Chicago because he didn't think he could be in New York anymore. And she comes in and she disrupts his plans, disrupts his life, and like shakes everything up and all this stuff, right? So for some of you guys, this could be about meeting a soulmate, because we did also get Congratulations, Smack and Katie, which is a song like congratulating two people for their marriage. We also got Diamond from Love is Blind / also like diamond engagement ring, and just like the diamond gemstone. So some of you guys could be meeting your soulmate pretty soon. That's interesting. Speaking of China, we did also get the tea ceremony, which is originally supposed to be like a Chinese tea ceremony. So China is like coming through pretty strongly right now. Here's Diamond right here. Okay, so yeah, some of you guys could be meeting somebody who like totally changes your perspective on things. For those of you who do count yourself as a member of the LGBTQIA community, whether you're out or not, you could find somebody who like totally just shakes shit up for you. Some of you guys may be having realizations about your sexuality or about somebody that you're attracted to, maybe being different than, you know, who you've been attracted to in the past or something like that. Some of you guys could like meet someone who totally just like takes you out of this fog. And I want to say this, it is not anybody else's responsibility to, you know, help you to kind of like get out of a rut. Of course, it's always nice when other people do take that responsibility on, when they, you know, do want to help people be accountable or help people kind of like move forward in their life. But if somebody like does come along in your life and you kind of feel like the fog has been lifted, it is your responsibility to keep that going, right? To keep that feeling going, to keep that going. And some of you guys may need some fresh air. That did come out as well in our identifiers. So let me see if I can find that too. Some of you guys may need to just like get out there more, even if it just starts with like going to, you know, a coffee shop to get some tea or something like that, you know. Let's go ahead and get the tarot out now. Let's get the tarot out and see what this next big change in your life is. And I'm not surprised we got disruption, because it is supposed to be a big change. So I think that this could end up disrupting multiple parts of whatever it is that you've got going on currently. Okay, we have here Queen of Swords in reverse, Six of Wands in reverse. Some of you guys could be like pretty critical, or maybe there is somebody in your life who is very critical. Going back to that story, I guess it's not really a story. Going back to what I was talking about with like Raj and Howard on the Big Bang Theory, and how Howard was like really critical of Raj a lot of the time. And it like caused him to have really negative self-esteem. Like that type of person is definitely coming through here with this Queen of Swords energy in reverse. Like the Queen of Swords, she is critical as hell. She knows exactly the right things to say to hurt you really bad, to like get your emotions, like get you deep in your feelings, get you really upset, to make you cry. Yeah. And she's like very observant. So like the things that she'll say to hurt you are like literally they're so hurtful. They're like cutting. We have the Nine of Swords here in reverse. Yeah. So this is about like deep insecurity, things keeping you up at night. It's like a living nightmare. Ooh, that's scary. I don't like that. And it's like just putting negativity, spreading negativity. Somebody out here spreading negativity. Is that you? Or is that somebody in your life? If you can't think of anybody in your life, then it's you, babes. That's what I have to say. It's obviously not going to be all of you. For some of you guys, it is like a bad friend. And I do actually have another video about bad friends, so you may want to go and watch that one. But with the Six of Wands here, this definitely makes me think of like somebody who could be pretending to be your friend, but really isn't. And then like, if you look at this Nine of Swords, it's like they have all these like worms and bugs and stuff in their brain. It's like somebody said something to you that hurt you so bad, and it like implanted deep in your brain, and now it's like made all of these new thoughts, or making you think all these new thoughts, all these bad things about yourself. And what's interesting is like, you know, this is a bird, right? Birds feed on bugs and worms. So it's like, whoever this is that's in your life, I would not be surprised if this was a cord cutting situation, or you decided to stop being friends with somebody, and you realize that this person was actually like causing you more problems. It could also be that you realize your own negativity and your own negative attitude is causing you a lot of problems, and that you need to be more positive. You need to like, you know, go outside and touch some grass or something like that. But whatever this is, whoever this is, whether it's you or somebody else, they are feeding off of the negativity of you having a clouded mind, of you being always in a very negative space. They feed off of it. It's ugly. It's ugly. And I wouldn't be surprised if this person were still very popular, especially since we do have like this pink card here. And then the Six of Wands here in reverse. So like whether it's you or whether it's, you know, a friend of yours who is mean but popular, I would not be surprised at all. We have the Three of Wands in the reverse, and then we have the World. Okay. Anything else, Spirit, that you want to give us clarity about this next big change in Patu's life? Big change coming in Patu's life. We got here the Wheel of Fortune in reverse, the Magician, and the Ace of Cups. Okay. The Star, the Three of Cups, and the Eight of Swords. Okie dokie. So let me just make sure there aren't any last cards that want to come out. Yep, okay. We have the Fool in the reverse. And then these two other cards did come out, but they went face down. Any last cards that need to clarify? This is a lot of cards, Spirit. Okay, all right. There's a lot that needs to be said. I'm going to hold these off to the side for now while I arrange things. Okay. So yeah, I definitely feel like one or some of you guys could have had just really negative influences on you in the past. Let me move these over. You guys are going to see some editing magic in a second while I do some rearranging. So let's go ahead and just... Okay, so these other cards that we got, we have the Seven of Swords in reverse. I'm sorry. We have the Seven of Swords. We got the Strength card here in reverse. Justice, the Chariot, the Empress in reverse, the Princess of Discs, which is the Page, and then we have the Eight of Discs in reverse. Okay. All right, and then we have the Sun here in the reverse as well. Okay, so whatever this is, whoever this person is, whether it's you or somebody else, it has stopped you from actively exploring new places, people, and things. There also could have been some maybe like really mean messages that were sent, and that could be like text messages, emails, or something like that. Maybe some messages that were sent and not delivered. This could also be like you maybe trying to stand up to somebody and you're like typing out a text and then you change your mind and then you like, you know, erase everything. But this person, whether it's you or somebody else, they cannot stop your shine, okay? Even if it is you, there is some sort of destiny that is like waiting for you out here in the world. And I think that that destiny is about to make itself shown and known pretty soon. Okay, I think that that's going to be one of those big disruptions, especially since we have like the same color pink here in this disruption card and the destiny card. It's like, that's the exact same color pink. Some of you guys may be meant to travel or do something globally. If it's not traveling, it could be something that like changes the world, which, you know, I wouldn't be surprised. My subscribers, the people who watch my videos, y'all are badasses, so I would not be surprised if that was the case. But yeah, like your destiny is about to show itself. It's about to make itself known. And with that being said, any bad luck that you've encountered or any negative circumstances that you've encountered, you actually have the ability to completely turn it around. And I want to say through love. Ooh, through love. And through self-love. And through self-care. Okay? With the star here as well, I think that whatever this like destiny is that like makes itself known to you soon, this big change, is going to, this disruption, it's going to give you hope. It's going to give you hope, and it could come in the form of a new friend. It could come in the form of maybe a new friend group, or maybe just like you meet some people at a party or something like that, maybe at a meetup or something, who could help you to get over your insecurities. And maybe this is like you going out, like I said earlier, finding a new or different community, making connections in a different community away from this Queen of Swords person, this Queen of Swords mentality. And they kind of like show you all of the happy, cute, good, beautiful things in life that allow you to let love in. And they also, I feel like, allow you to believe in yourself. Maybe they believe in you more, and they allow you to believe in yourself more. I was just watching this video on YouTube, and it was about like digital nomads, and this girl was like on a cruise for digital nomads, and she was going around interviewing all these women about like, you know, what it is that they do and blah, blah, blah. And this one girl, she said that like she had started this travel blog and it really wasn't doing that well, and maybe she didn't really like blogging that as much as she thought she did. And then she ended up going to this conference called TravelCon, and all of the people who were there at the conference were, you know, interested in doing travel content and stuff like that, just like she was. And they were so welcoming and so excited for her, even though, you know, she wasn't, you know, doing super well in that space yet. They were excited, and they were like, there's room for everybody. Like, you can do it. You can make it. You know, she learned so much, she said, during that time at the conference of, you know, how to like leverage different parts of her social media or whatever it was that she was doing. And it was just like a very uplifting and exciting space to be in, where maybe like other people in her life were not super supportive of what she was trying to do. All the people at this conference were really supportive of it. And it just reminds me of that, because it's like, maybe things aren't going so well for you right now, but you are so powerful. I wanted to say all powerful. You are so powerful, and other people are going to see the light that you shine, and they're really going to uplift you, and they're going to help you to get over these insecurities and help you to move forward. The thing is, though, when you are moving forward, there's still a lot of potential here for self-sabotage. And that is, I think, why we have this like realization and epiphanies card, and also this disruptions card, because you have to, it takes time to rewire your brain when it's been so full of negativity. And I spoke earlier about the whole thing with like Raj and Howard from the Big Bang Theory. I didn't know how long they were, you know, not friends or not speaking or whatever, but Raj needed time to kind of like find himself again and to like figure out who he was when there wasn't somebody around who was constantly putting him down, you know? So you need time. You need time, and you need to learn how to move forward without holding on to the past. Some of you guys may want to try and bring this person or this mentality with you. You cannot. You can't. Doing so would be self-sabotage here with the Seven of Swords. The Fool in reverse is about trying to make that step forward while still holding on to something negative from the past. You have to learn to let things go. You have to learn to drop what does not serve you. And especially when you're moving on, trying to make like a mental change when it comes to, you know, your self-esteem, your anxiety, If you bring the things or the people or the thoughts that make you anxious with you on this new chapter of your life, it's not going to change, which is why we talked about cutting the cord. So some of you guys definitely need to go through a cord cutting, because if you don't, you're just going to end up self-sabotaging your new start, this new beginning that you have. Some of you guys need to use your strength. This is going to be hard. This is going to be very hard, especially if it's like a literal mental change and you've been your own bully, you've been your own mean girl. For some of you guys, it's going to be very difficult to change the way that you think. For others of you, if this is a person who's not you, like a friend or maybe a mother or a sister or, something like that, or, a male friend, this person you may have they might be a big part of your life, or, they might be around all the time. It could be like your roommate or something, right? And they might just be a really big part of your life, and it can be hard to cut cords with them. There also, can be something here about lying or just, not telling the truth, fibbing, that kind of thing. You might try and take this person with you. Like for some of you guys, you might try and confront them, kind of like how Raj confronted Howard in The Big Bang Theory. And the person might be like, you know what, you're right, and I'm really sorry, and I'm going to change. That is a lie. I'm sorry to tell you, but it's a lie. They're not being honest with you. They don't have real plans to change, because a lot of them probably don't want to do the work to change. Or like I said, they could be popular and popular the way they are, and so they don't see a need to change. They might see this as a you problem instead of as a them problem. So you're going to have to exercise strength here. Strength is about logic over emotions. You have to move forward using logic over emotions and not emotions over logic when you make this change. And that's going to be very difficult to do. But if you don't, it's going to end up eating you up. You need to find balance. You need to find justice in the scenario. You need to think about what's fair, genuinely fair. And then you need to move on. And you need to find your independence. And you need to do you. Go do you. And I think you will grow into your power. There will still be some insecurities about that, about maybe shining your light because you're not used to shining your light. And that will take time. And so just give it time, give yourself time, keep doing the work. And if you decide that you don't want to do the work, then give yourself time to rest. With the Sun card here in reverse, it makes me know that this is temporary. Maybe even feelings of not wanting to do the work, that can be temporary. Okay? Some of you guys might want to do the work in secret. You might want to hide. You see how this person is in a blanket? It's like they're all covered up in a blanket. And in the reverse, it's like the blanket is because of insecurity. I'm thinking now about this book. I didn't finish this book because I had to return it to the library. I'll probably go find it again. But it actually is called The Red String Theory or something. It's a little romantic comedy. And it was cute. I just didn't get to finish it. But in the book, it's about this artist who, she is kind of a Nepo baby, but she doesn't want anybody to know that she's a Nepo baby. So she uses an alias when she does her art. And she doesn't allow anybody to see her doing her art because she doesn't want people to label her a Nepo baby, and she wants to be able to prove that she has artistic talent of her own and not because of her mom. And this is what this is making me think of. This 8 of discs with this person, painting these discs in being hidden here. But in your case, it's because of insecurity and still negative mental thoughts. Know that this is temporary, and knowing that is going to help you to move forward and to shine your light bright. Because I think that this person, or if it is yourself who's been bullying you, you know that you have a bright light to shine, but you're just, maybe you weren't ready at the time. Maybe you're still not fully ready. But the big change is going to be that there's going to be a community of people who believe in you. That's the big change, is you're going to find a community of people who believe in you. And that can inspire you towards self-love, towards self-care, and towards believing in yourself. But ultimately, you have to be the person who continues that work. That's exactly what I was saying before. That's so funny how these messages always like come back around. You have to be the person who continues that work. You can't rely on other people to do that work for you, of changing your mentality and working on your self-love. You have to be the one who continues doing the work and understand that negative thoughts are just thoughts and they will pass. Okay? I want to go ahead and get... Okay, so with this Justice card here, I think that for those of you where you are your own bully, you're going to be figuring out like what's true, what's actually true, what the truth is. And for those of you who have, negative thoughts about yourself, I dare you to like challenge them when you think like, I'm so stupid, or I'm so ugly, or nobody likes me, or whatever. Like, think to yourself, is that really true? And then find counter examples of where it's not true. Where maybe you say like, no, actually, I'm really smart because I got an A or a B on XYZ test, even if that was like 20 years ago when you were in high school, or 50 years ago or whatever. You can always find examples of where you did a good job on something and where you have a certain type of intelligence, even if it's not like academic intelligence. Maybe you have street smarts, or you have like a really great sense of style, which is a way of being smart in and of itself. Find yourself examples to counteract the negative thoughts. So when you maybe think like, I'm so ugly, look at yourself and find things that you appreciate about yourself, even if it's like your nail beds or your eyebrows. I'm thinking about that scene in Mean Girls where they're all like looking in the mirror in Regina's room and they're like, I hate my eyebrows, my nail beds suck, right? And they're all saying negative things about themselves. Like, you do the opposite. You look in the mirror and you find things that you like about yourself, like the shape of your eyes or your eyelashes, or even if it's just that like, you're good at doing makeup, or you have like a really beautiful color hair, or really beautiful thickness of hair or thinness of hair, anything. Find something that you like about yourself and, challenge those negative thoughts with that thing. Because there is some truth that can disrupt the negativity that you have in your brain, or the negativity that other people have imposed upon you. Okay, so definitely, like, I challenge you to do that. I think it's time for us to get the perspective from our vampire now. So let's see what they have to say. This here says sacrifice, renunciation, offering, letting go. What was I saying? Cord cutting. This being here in the reverse, we're going to take that as the reversal that it is. Let me go get in the book and see what the book has to say about this. But yeah, I do think there's like a reluctance to really let go of either this mentality or this person. And the truth is, you just have to. I mean, you can do whatever you want. You have free will, but the big change, like I said, is that there's going to be other people coming into your life who uplift you, who can show you that you can have it so much better. That's a song, isn't it? I want to say it's by Franz Ferdinand. Yeah, You Could Have It So Much Better. That's a song, or it's an album by Franz Ferdinand. So you may want to go listen to that, or it could be significant somehow. But let's go look at this sacrifice card. All right, I'm going to read the curse first, which is the card's message in the reverse, and then I'll read the rest of what this has to say. But the curse says, you doubt you can give this up. Perhaps you feel you are weak. That's what I was talking about. I said you have to be strong. You have to be strong. Put the logic over emotions. Don't let the emotions guide you here. The negative emotions, anyway. Excuses have been your refuge before this time, but now you are ready. And you have to remember and recognize your readiness to do this. Okay? There's something about you that doesn't want to give this up. You've been making excuses. Maybe if it is another person, maybe you've been making excuses for them as to why you still want them in your life or whatever. If it's yourself, maybe you're making excuses about why you can't achieve something. But you need to realize that all of those excuses are just self-sabotage, and that you need to be strong when it comes to this, to moving forward from this, because you can be independent with the Chariot here. Let's go ahead and see what the rest of the card has to say. In humans' lives, there's a great resistance to choice. And you may ask of us, vampires, what is choice to do with sacrifice, the name upon this card? But choice is at the very heart of sacrifice. For life, with its multiplicities of possibilities, demands that you make your choices. And for many of you, we notice again and again you refuse to make the choice. And then you are forced to make one, but one that suits another. Again, I'm thinking about Raj and Howard, and how Raj made a lot of choices for Howard's sake rather than for his own sake. So when it comes time to make that choice, make sure you're not self-sabotaging. Remember, you cannot bring everybody with you. It is time for you to examine what you value most and what you would least wish to give up. The word sacrifice, and we know this as we have lived long, is a way of making the thing you give up sacred. It is a loss. It is painful. It matters. Therefore, the void that is left means something and must be filled with something that means more. For so many of you, you will not choose. You wish to be good to all. You wish to let down none. You do not think about what is best. For what is best is that which sets your blood alight and makes the song of your soul soar. So yeah, there's this feeling of having been held down in the past by these negative thoughts or criticisms, or, somebody bullying you or teasing you, even if that person is yourself. And so you have to let that go so that you can soar. What is best is that you know your own heart and know your own code, and adhere as closely as possible to what is noble about you. There will not be time for all, space for all, love for all. You may protest. You may wonder, what of loving everyone unconditionally? But that is an illusion. Even in love, you must choose. So we say now you must sacrifice something. You must give up something that is precious. By doing so, make it beautiful. Make it worth it. Make it count. And make this deliberate. Do not play victim. Make your choice and be powerful and compassionate at once. So I'm going to read the curse again because I feel like you might need to hear it again. You doubt you can give this up. Perhaps you feel you are weak. Excuses have been your refuge before this time, but now you are ready. To work with this card and work with this energy, it says, there is something you may need to give up. It could be that in order to do what you know may be right for your soul, you must let go of something that in many ways gratifies, excites, and soothes you. It could be the sacrifice of sleep in the morning to get up and run. It could be the sacrifice of the luxury of a paycheck in order to explore your true calling. It could be the letting go of comfort in order to explore. It could be the sacrifice of your personal time in order to devote yourself to one who needs your care at this time. Whatever it is, choose. And then know this sacrifice can be worked with and used to refine and polish your character so that you become more the offspring of angels than you already are. All right, pile 2, I'm going to leave the reading here. Make sure you subscribe to the channel and don't forget to hit the like button on this video so that somebody else who may need to hear this reading can find it a little bit more easily. I love you, and I will see you guys in the next one. Bye. What's up? What it do, pile 3? Hello, hello. Lots of greetings for you guys today. I forgot to light my candle, so let's go ahead and do that. Okie dokie. So we are going to go ahead and get the identifiers out. If you want to skip this part, if you already feel super, super confident about your choice, your pile choice, then there is another timestamp down below that will say pile 3 reading. Go ahead and just click on that to skip over this part. Spirit, who are my pile 3 people? Who's in pile 3? Who's in pile 3? We're finding out about the next big change in their lives. Who are my pile 3 people? This is a great time to subscribe to the channel. Make sure you hit that subscribe button and that thumbs up button to give the video a like. When you like the video, it helps it to spread a little farther on YouTube so other people who may need to see it can find it on their browse page. Anybody else? All right, we're good to go. Let's do this. So the way that these work is that at least one of these things should be like relevant to you, should be significant to you, could have shown up in your life in the past few weeks or months, but it would need to be like in a way that was significant and memorable, or in a way that was kind of like repetitive, okay? So Build-A-Bear, that is like a place in the mall usually where people will go to make stuffed animals. So for example, like maybe your favorite toy is from Build-A-Bear and you sleep with it every night. So that would be significant, right? Maybe you and your boo went to Build-A-Bear a couple of months ago and they gave you a Build-A-Bear for Valentine's Day or something like that. This is a timeless reading. I just gave that example because I'm filming this in April, but you know, something like that. Or maybe like somebody was talking about Build-A-Bear. Maybe if you're a parent, your child has been asking recently a lot, like, can we go to Build-A-Bear? Can we go to Build-A-Bear? Right? So that would be another example. Monstera, that is a plant. We've got Yin Yang Twins. Oh, I love them. They're some of my faves. I've seen them twice in concert. Obsessed. They are a hip-hop duo from Atlanta. We've got The Format, another one of my favorite bands. If you guys know who Nate Rouse is from the band Fun, The Format was the band that he was in before Fun. They were wonderful. Kwanzaa holiday, African-American holiday between Christmas and New Year's. A Fine Romance by Judith Sills, PhD. That is a sociological book about courtship from meeting to marriage. Here we have Nicki Minaj, Marilyn Monroe. So Nicki has a song named after Marilyn Monroe, but either of those two women, like separately or together even, could have shown up in your life recently or could have some sort of significance to you. The Climb by Miley Cyrus. That is a song that was from the Hannah Montana movie. Peanut Butter and Jelly, PB&J, yes. Maybe somebody was like PB and jealous or something. Or it could just be regular PB&J. The number 10, that's the month of October, which is Libra and Scorpio energy. You could live on the 10th floor. The 10th house, apartment number 10, you could have 10 people in your family. You might be seeing 1010 around. 10 could be your favorite number or the day you were born. We have here Spice World. That is... I was just about to say, what if that was like a store where people went to go get spices, but it's not. It's a movie about the Spice Girls. If you know, you know. Cairo. Speaking of spices, I feel like they have a lot of spices over there. I've never been, but maybe that's just me making speculation. Anyway, that's the capital of Egypt. Clumsy by Fergie. Clumsy 'cause I'm falling in love. Fergie of the Black Eyed Peas fame. Casino by Houndmouth. That's a song as well. Dealers in their boot life got me hooked on freebasing. All right. Jason and Kira from Dana Davidson. That's a book. It's like a teen romance novel. Let's see. Who do we have here? That's so funny that I said who, and then it turned out to actually be a person. Sufjan Stevens, musician. If you know, you know. Living Single. Living Single. That is a 90s sitcom. It was the Friends before Friends. Friends totally ripped off this concept, and it was on at the same time. It was just like Living Single was like for Black people and Friends was for white people. But these days, all of them for everybody. To be fair, I still do not really watch Friends, and I don't really know that much about it. But Living Single is a banger. Queen Latifah was the star. Morris Chestnut. So handsome. Was he ever on Living Single? No, I need to know. I want to know. He totally was. He was the upstairs neighbor. He moved into the building and all the girls were trying to get a date with him, but Queen Latifah's character ended up being the one who went on the date with him. Well, they didn't actually end up going. He ended up being kind of a cheapskate on his character on the show. But that is so funny that that came out, and I totally forgot that he was on there, but I was like, I had a feeling. Ooh, but he's so handsome. All right, who we have here? Another handsome actor, Chad Michael Murray. He was like a teen heartthrob. You may know him from One Tree Hill or A Cinderella Story starring him and Hilary Duff. Splinter by Spill Tab, that is a song. Search Party, that is a TV show. It started off on TBS and then it moved to HBO. Aaliyah Shockett is on there. I don't know if that's how you say her name. 12-3-30, that's a treadmill workout where you do like a 12 incline, 3 speed for 30 minutes. That also makes me think of like a locker combination, like on one of those dial locks, the spin locks. Hide your kids, hide your wife, Antoine Dodson. Alrighty, let's see. We have here Jamaica. Okay. So maybe you are from Jamaica, maybe you visited Jamaica recently, or you're planning to, maybe your family's from there, or you've just been seeing a lot of people talk about it or something. Black Truck by Mariba, I don't know how to say her name either. Maya Angelou, prolific poet, writer, and sometimes actress, financially independent. Okay, if you're working on your financial independence or your financial literacy, I do have an abundance journal down below that could be helpful for you, so go ahead and check that out if you feel called. We've got the Players Club. That's a movie about a woman who's putting herself through college and decides to be a stripper to pay for it. Hole in the Bottle by Kelsey Ballerini. That's a country song. She also has another song called A Country Song. We've got Avenged Sevenfold. That's a band. I don't really know any of their music. Somehow they made it in the bowl, in the lip bowl. I have no idea how, but they did. Gloria Delgado Pritchett, played by Sofia Vergara on Modern Family. All right, guys, I'm going to go write these down in my tarot journal. I did make you guys a tarot journal as well, so check that one out too while you're checking out the abundance journal that I was just talking about. And I will see you guys in just a second for the reading. Hey there, Pile 3. Welcome to the reading. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel and to like this video. It really does help us out and helps other people to see it who may need to find it on their browse page. Anyway, let's find out what is the next big change in your life. Ooh, we've got the Shadow. Interesting. Go ahead and take a look. This card is number 28. So some of you guys might be going through like a Saturn return kind of situation. That does happen like in your late 20s. It can also spread to like the very earliest of your 30s, and then you have another Saturn return. I believe it's in like your 50s or 60s. Still learning about that. It seems like some sort of like shattering is going on. Yeah, I'm actually going to get more information before I really say anything else. There's also the way that these two diamonds are kind of like crossing over each other does give eclipse energy. It also is making me think of like a Venn diagram as well, possibly an optical illusion, maybe something to do with the 3D is coming through as well. Of course, you know, we only get shadow when there's like light being cast upon something. So some news could come out about something that could kind of like change things for you in some way. The truth might come out about something that was like previously obscured. You know what they say, like what's done in the darkness will always come to light. That kind of thing is coming through as well. Yeah, okay, let's go ahead and get the other cards out first. I do have some pre-pulls. We're going to go with this vampire card at the end to help give us some perspective. And of course we have the tarot that I will do live shuffling for us here. We actually have two big cards, which I think is kind of interesting. Two big change cards from the butterflies. This is the only group. Is that true? Pile 4 actually got 2 as well, but I just think that this is interesting that we have like these 2 diamonds here, and then we have these 2 cards. So let's find out what this is. This says healing from the past. Okay. So some of you guys could be doing some actual shadow work, and it might be really helpful, and it could lead to some sort of major change. And then we have here self-employment. Ooh, interesting. So some of you guys might decide to go the entrepreneurial route. You might be working on self-employment. Some of you guys could be reading more about being an entrepreneur. Maybe you're going to go pick up some books or something. Some of you guys could be healing from like past work experiences, or it could be that you're finally ready to like debut something, right? With the shadow, like you might have been kind of like working in silence. You know how they say real G's move in silence like lasagna, right? You might be deciding to actually cast light upon whatever it is that you've been doing. So interesting. Moving out from the shadows is a possibility here. Let's see what this card is. Rest. I like the imagery on these cards. It's so simple, but so effective. When your eyes are closed, you know, obviously you're in the dark. Everything is dark, even if it's not dark outside, right? So the idea of darkness is just coming through very, very heavily here. Interesting that I said heavy instead of like strong, because I do feel like darkness can have like a weight to it. So yeah, let's go ahead and get the rest of the cards out. Get us a little additional information. I'm going to read the rest card. I'm going to read from the book. I just got this deck, so I'm still getting familiar with it. So let's go ahead and read that because I think it will have some interesting insight. Green is the color of relaxation, bounty, and even love. It is associated with the heart chakra. As the color correlated with the energy, it can represent love and also the flip side of that, jealousy. Let me switch these so we don't have that glare right there. In color magic, green is often used as a supportive color for enhancing feelings of calm and restoration. It is also literally easy on the eyes, as it's the easiest color for us to see on the visible spectrum. Green is also tied to nature and growth. After all, what makes plants green, chlorophyll, is also what allows them to convert energy from the sun into a new life. Let's go see what else it has to say. This can signify an opportunity for renewal, either through gratitude or abundance. This can represent an opportunity for renewal, whether through gratitude for abundance, movement on a new project, or rest. Let this time be easy and relaxed. Let things unfold and grow as they need to. The rest card specifically says, rest is essential for all beings. This card symbolizes the need for a little extra downtime to recharge. By giving yourself and your body the rest you need, you'll conserve the energy to achieve your goals with clarity and purpose. So I'm wondering if some of you guys have been overworked in the past. And if that's the case, like, you know how overworking can kind of make you like a shadow of yourself, a shadow of your former self. I'm even hearing some of you guys may have even suffered from some sort of like workplace related injury or just an injury in general. And maybe you had to rest because of that. Maybe you're in a period of rest right now. But I think that you want to be able to prioritize rest moving forward so that you aren't stuck in like a shadow space. And it's possible that self-employment could be a good avenue for you to do that. Let's go ahead and get the tarot out. So, you know what? Before we do that, I actually would like to read from the book on the shadow. All right, so the shadow can also be known as the unspeakable, the unwelcome, or the denied. Although every card in the Archetypes deck has a shadow potential, This card asks us to delve into the qualities of the shadow itself. We often think that the shadow can be purified, illuminated, and made right through effort and achievement. However, it is typically the case that our lofty pursuit of ascension and perfection is the very source of shadow material itself. By rejecting parts of ourselves and the world, we begin to separate from the whole. Rather than getting to know the qualities and content of our shadow, we busy ourselves with avoiding its presence. This is denial. When this card appears, it is time to take inventory of those things you've been denying. When the mind responds with, no, anything but that, you are touching shadow. Find support for this deep inner work and move toward the shadow with patience and compassion. When light, revealing unconscious aspects of the self and the world. When dark, denying unconscious aspects of the self and the world. Contemplate the following scientific observation. The closer an object, a person, place, or community is to the light, the longer the shadow it casts. Interesting. A little quote also in this book says, "In the shadow of the gods are the very gods themselves." Reflect on this statement by James Hillman in A Blue Fire. What do you despise about yourself? By answering, you move toward shadow. So I think for some of you guys, this is going to have something to do with your work life. Your past could be affecting your work in some way. Some of you guys might be meant to work for yourselves and you could be shying away from that responsibility. Some of you might be kind of keeping your eyes closed to those things that you don't like about yourself or to your shadow aspects. And once that rest time is over, it's time for you to learn how to feel comfortable with those shadow aspects of yourself. So it's not like you move straight from rest into activity, but you move from denial, keeping the eyes closed, to comfort with the eyes open and still understanding and loving yourself despite those things that you want to deny. Okay? So yeah, let's get the tarot out and see what we can find here about the next big change in life for pile 3. And I do just want to point out also how much green is in all 3 of these cards. I know it's like less so in this middle card, but there is. All right, let's go ahead and get the tarot out. I think with the green, it's interesting that the book was like, this is the color that's easiest for us to see. Meanwhile, if something's in shadow, it can be hard to see or hard to acknowledge. So whatever this is, it is definitely like coming to light or becoming acknowledged. And it also could be that like maybe it's easy for other people to see this and it's not as easy for you to see this or to acknowledge it. Spirit, please help us to clarify the message for pile 3. What is the next big change coming for pile 3? The next big change in life for pile 3. We've got, well, that's quite a few cards actually. We've got the 10 of Discs. Ooh, that's money. That's possibly a business. Princess of Discs, that's the page. So learning more, like I said, about money or about business coming through here. Creating something. This is definitely giving like baby entrepreneur energy. We have the 10 of Swords. That's realizing that there's no point in trying to beat a dead horse anymore. 6 of Discs. 9 of Discs. Yeah, there's a lot of pentacles here. This definitely has to do with like resources or work. Prince of Cups. Getting a bad offer. Okay. Let's see what else. Is there anything else, Spirit, pile 3? Yeah, Ace of Cups here in the reverse. Feeling unappreciated. Or a lack of self-love. Or just a rejection in general. 5 of Discs. in reverse. What else? Anything else to clarify in this message? No. Okay. All right. Let me rearrange these cards just a little bit. Okay. So what I'm getting here is that there could be an actual rejection of some kind coming your way. And I know that that doesn't sound very good. It probably is going to bring up a lot of negative feelings. This might be like a job that you applied for. Some of you guys might have like been applying for jobs and still just like not getting responses. I know, at least at the time of filming this right now, it is a very tough job market out there. But especially with the Ace of Cups and the Prince of Cups being here in reverse, it makes it seem like there is either a bad offer coming your way, one that doesn't make you feel appreciated, one where you don't feel recognized, or there is a flat out rejection coming your way. You may also reject the bad offer, okay? And in doing so, needing to find a way to continue to support yourself or to get out of a space of material insecurity. Some of you guys might be having, issues with money, or you could be coming into a point where it's like, maybe you're fine right now, but you could see 6 months down the road, if things don't change, that you might be in some trouble, right? And that could actually kind of force you into this space of this Princess of Discs, learning more about finances, learning more about money, possibly even creating your own thing. We did get financial independence in our identifiers. Let me see if I can find it. Speaking of, I did make an abundance journal for you guys if you are trying to learn more about money and how to cultivate abundance in your life. So that is on sale. You can find it in the link in the description box down below. Is this it? Yeah, here we go. Financially independent, right here. So I am about to go in a different direction with this in just a moment, but we're going to stick with this thread. And if this thread is not resonating with you, just wait a couple minutes or fast forward or whatever. But since we do have the self-employment here first, I want to honor that. And we have so many pentacles here, I want to honor that as well. Ten of Discs really can speak about finding something that is like legacy worthy, building something that is legacy worthy, that can live on for generations and generations, provide a lot of stability. It is almost like this sense of grandeur and royalty, and knowing that you will strike gold no matter, where you pick your axe. If you look on this card, it's like they've found, it's like they have all these gems and these rubies and stuff in the ground. It's like you have pitched your tent in a very lucrative space, whether that space is one of knowledge, like you've decided to go and learn about, let's just say, for example, like cybersecurity. That's a growing industry right now. You've decided to pitch your tent in an industry that has a tremendous amount of growth potential. And so you're going to go and learn about that, right? And it could help provide for you and your family for generations to come. And I think that this decision, if you're not already trying to learn something new, like learn a new skill or learn more about money or whatever this is, you're going to be spurred to do that by this bad offer or this rejection, or you rejecting a bad offer, okay? You may also find a mentor of sorts who's able to help you, or a benefactor who's able to help you. This could come from the form of getting like a grant or a scholarship to go to school or something like that. I think for some of you guys, you've kind of decided that like enough is enough, or you will have decided that enough is enough, and that you're tired of, being stuck in uncertainty. You're tired of being stuck in limbo. You're tired of trying the same thing over and over again and not getting any results, okay? And so this is going to kind of put you back in a space of needing to learn something. And for some of you guys, that could be learning more about, like I said, entrepreneurship, or just learning a new skill in general, possibly starting your own business or something like that, okay? The other thing that I wanted to talk about We did get hide your kids, hide your wife come out in our identifiers as well. With the shadow being here, and then also like Princess of Discs, that can indicate a child, could also indicate a pregnancy. There could be some sort of hiding of somebody's family. Hiding of or from somebody's family. There could be that like maybe somebody in your family or somebody, that you're close to or around you, or maybe even your workplace hid something important from you, like maybe hid some money or something like that from you, and you found out about it, or maybe they gave it to somebody else and you found out about it, and when they come to offer it to you, it's a bad offer. It's like, well, my sister got X amount and you're only offering me, this other smaller amount. That's not fair. Something like that could be happening here as well. And you finding out about that could make you feel like you're maybe unloved or something like that. That's sad. I'm sad that that's coming through, but that's probably not for a lot of people. This group is also not very big according to the amount of identifiers that came out, but yeah. I'm wondering if like complaining about something, how they say like the squeaky wheel gets the grease, closed mouth doesn't get fed or whatever. Those two sayings are kind of coming through, and so I'm wondering if like complaining about something could actually help you to get the equity that you're looking for. And equity could come actually, I mean that in both senses of the word. I mean like equal treatment, but I also mean ownership, right? So like when somebody has equity in a company, it means that they have ownership in a certain amount of the company. And then when you talk about, for example, like diversity, equity, and inclusion, you're talking about equal treatment. So the squeaky wheel gets the grease. If you, let's say that you come from like a family that has a lot of resources and you feel like you're not being treated fairly, if you speak up and you say something, then you can have an opportunity to even the scales there and to get not what you deserve, but maybe what you believe that you deserve, or the independence that you're looking for. I find it interesting that financially independent came out here and we have the 9 of discs, because that is like literally the card of financial independence. This woman, she has everything that she needs. She's very stable. She knows what to do with it. She's looking for, a partner or a family to help her create the legacy in the 10 of discs. And this, like I said, could come in the form of maybe like somebody giving you a grant in order to, or like I said, or a scholarship in order to get to this place of the 9 of discs. It's like giving you a hand up, not a hand out, is what I'm hearing. And this can help you to get past and get over any feelings of negativity, feelings of animosity, feelings of being looked over, passed over, treated unfairly, unloved, unconsidered, financially insecure, like you're maybe on the brink, feelings of feeling like you don't have enough. A lack mindset is something that I think you're going to get over with this 10 of Swords here in reverse. I think that you are switching from a lack mindset into an abundance mindset. And once you learn new skills or new things about money, it's like the sky is the limit, You learn those things and then you put them into practice. It's not just about the knowledge. It's about actually putting them into practice, taking the action, taking the time to do that. So this is exciting, for especially because, like I said, it has been a very tough job market out there. So if you're watching this right now, know that there is a different path for you, but it will require you to encounter and address your shadow. It's said in the book, like, if there's something that you're like, anything but that, right, then that's kind of like where your shadow is. And for some people, they know that they have skills, they have hobbies that they could monetize, and for whatever reason, they're scared to do it, or they just don't want to do it, or whatever. And if you feel the whole anything but that kind of feeling towards monetization of your skill or your hobby, it might be exactly what you need to do, because that could help you encounter your shadow. Like, what's the reason that you don't want to do that? Is it because you're afraid you're going to fail? Is it because you're afraid you're going to succeed? Is it because you're afraid of being seen and being in the spotlight? That actually has been coming up in a lot of the readings recently. So that's interesting. But yeah, like with the eyes closed here, it's like maybe you're afraid of being seen. Maybe you're just afraid of acknowledging certain things. Maybe you don't think you can do it, right? But the good news is that if you have the time to look into how to actually become successful at this certain thing, then chances are you can become successful at it, especially if you end up getting help from somebody. But this Ten of Swords here in reverse to me is about letting go of the doubts. The Ten of Swords, I call it like a philosophy card, where, a philosopher, they've like gone over each scenario and each possibility so many times that, they're like, well, maybe it's this, but maybe it's also this. Maybe it's this, maybe it's also this. And then finally they come to the only thing I know is that I know nothing at all, right? And that's kind of like where the Ten of Swords is. And you may be at a place right now where you're like, I just don't know what to do. I don't know where this is going. I don't really know anything. And it could be making you feel anxious, making you feel insecure. But if maybe you find somebody also, you might be wanting to find someone who's already living that Ten of Discs life, and you could learn from them. I'm even hearing for some of you guys to travel towards them. This even looks like, I know it's supposed to be a house, but to me it almost looks like a university too. For some of you guys, it might be about traveling towards them and learning from them, okay? Let's go ahead and let's get our vampire card out. I wanted to get this card for perspective, because the vampires, according to their lore, they can live for a very long time. And so any changes that happen in life, a vampire's probably experienced it, right? And because they have the ability to live for so long, if they have been blessed enough to live for that long, or cursed, I guess some people would see it as a curse too, then they can give perspective to that change. So that's why I wanted to include these cards in here. So what do the vampires have to say? They say prey, stalked, invaded, watched. Number 31. This is like the curse of this card, which is why I was talking about blessing and a curse. Interesting that they're talking about watched here, and we have these eyes, and the eyes are closed, and then there's also this eye here as well. So, yes. To me, my immediate thought is like no longer being prey to anybody else. And if you are self-employed, you get to call the shots. You don't live, at anybody else's, like there's nobody around telling you what to do, telling you who to be, telling you how to act, how to live. And I kind of feel like you've decided that you don't want to be in that prey position anymore. You don't want to be prey to, a bad job market or anything like that. You're trying to find a way to stand on your own 2 feet so that you can be your strongest self. But yeah, let's go ahead and see what this has to say. The number 31 may have some... Oh, and what's interesting? As well as I said, like 28 to like the early 30s can be like Saturn return time. So we have 28 and 31 here. So some of you guys really might be going through a Saturn return. And Saturn is all about hard work. Saturn is all about kind of like making you put in the hard work to get to where you're really meant to be, and addressing those things that you maybe didn't want to address. And it can take some time. It can be kind of a slow time for you to really kind of like grow into yourself and come into your own. It's like where you really actually grow up, and you have to like address your responsibilities and become actually very responsible. And self-employment, there's nobody there to be responsible for the business except for you, right? So yeah. All right, pray. Let's read the regular card first, and then I'll get to the curse. When one is hunted in your time with your people, you are often unable to identify what is happening. The veneer of civility that covers us all, even us vampires, especially us, helps us appear kinder than we are. Some people are hunters, and that makes others prey. In your culture at this time, there is a theory that those who are harmed or hurt have somehow attracted that to themselves. Oh, how the hunters love this argument, for it is a way of saying that the prey is offering itself up. And this is what we have come to warn you of. We have come to tell you that there is one who sees you as prey and see themselves as the hunter. And the more they can persuade you that you wish to play this role and that is your fault, the more powerful they will become. This card comes forth when one has been groomed to be hurt. There are many examples of abuse and monstrosity in your world amongst humans, and often it is the one who is most close to you who will take what is most precious to you. Do not become prey, and do not agree to this hunter being invited by you. The victimization they are visiting upon you has not been invited by you except through circumstance. There is no contract that means this must play out. If you feel this is wrong, speak up and speak out. Being hunted, being preyed upon, is not something that you must take the responsibility for, nor must this play out. You can change the script in the hunter's head. You can change the outcome. You can refuse to become prey. You can play this game quite differently to the script they have handed you. In fact, you need not play the part at all. And so this is also making me think of like, with the job market being as bad as it is, at least right now, there are kind of like theories, whether they're true or not, I don't really know, but there are a lot of theories about how a lot of people in 2023, like they quit or they started quiet quitting or whatever, they left their jobs. And now people are theorizing that part of the reason why it's so hard to find employment is almost like revenge. And there have even been like videos of, CEOs and investors and stuff who have said things like, we have to remind the workers that they need us. And, they thought that they had all this power, but they don't. And we just need to remind them. And so it's like, people are either not getting jobs at all, they're not even getting interviews, they're not getting responses, or they might even be like being lowballed for positions, even if they have the skills that they need in order to get, the higher end of the salary range. And I'm seeing you say, I'm not going to play this game. I'm not going to do this anymore. I'm going to buckle up and I'm going to learn what I need to learn, and I'm going to do my own thing. I'm going to do my own thing. I'm going to start my own shit, right? And this is when it says, like, you don't need to play the part at all. I feel like you're kind of saying, you know what? I'm going to withdraw myself from this, and I'm going to find another solution to get my own bag and do my own thing. So definitely this feels like entrepreneurs in the pile. The curse of this card says, there are lies and manipulations taking place to make you accept the circumstance. You can change this and say clearly, no, this is not right and it is not for me. I've seen a lot of people online saying that like the job postings are lies. Again, I don't know if that's true or not, but people are saying that. And it's just like, is this a job real or is it not real? Who knows? But I definitely feel like the market is being manipulated. And I know that there was like all that stuff about the PPP loans and all this other stuff. And like not to get too in depth because I really don't know that much about the subject, but a lot of people are feeling not only discouraged, but they're kind of feeling like they have to take whatever they can get, or like they're not being valued. Like we have with this Prince of Cups and this Ace of Cups here in reverse. They're not being valued for their skills in the market. And yeah, so you deciding to kind of like take yourself out by saying clearly, no, this is not right and it is not for me. Working with this card says, do not allow yourself to be prey for another's hunger. Do not refuse to help yourself or fall into patterns of victimhood. So some of you guys, your shadow may be like learned helplessness. You might be dealing with learned helplessness or an immature mindset. Things just aren't how they used to be, and you have to grow and evolve with the times. Okay, so that could be part of confronting your shadow. Take good advice. That's what I was saying here, is possibly you might get a mentor, or you might end up finding, some sort of knowledge that you need to find in order to get to where you want to go. Take good advice, demand what is yours by rights, including innocence, and be strong in the face of the one who would devour you. You cannot always win. But the greatest battle you face at present is the one within you that says, I give up. Nothing ever goes my way. It can and it will when you believe you are worth fighting for. That's that shadow coming through again. The shadow is saying, I give up. Nothing ever goes my way. So you have to fight that battle within, because if you believe that, then every time you try to break out from, let's say, like the matrix, right? The work matrix. Every time you try and break out from that, you will not succeed because you haven't confronted your shadow, where you think things don't go your way, or that you're not worth it, or that you're not good enough, or that you just, give up when things get hard. You might be one of those people who is naturally good at a lot of things. And maybe when you were a child, you found that you were really good at certain stuff, but you haven't been able to necessarily translate that into success as an adult. And that might be because you're playing the wrong game. But if you're playing the wrong game, that means you have to start playing a new game. And if you're playing a new game, you have to learn the rules of the new game. You can't just jump into a game and not know the rules. So that is where this idea of, for some of you, maybe going back to school, for some of you, just self-educating yourselves, going to the library, finding some books, finding some YouTube resources. Really, I'm not trying to push my abundance journal on you guys, but I think that it would be very helpful. So definitely go check that out in the description box. And don't forget to subscribe to the channel. But you really need to confront this, because if you don't confront your shadow, you're going to just end up keeping going back in this loop with this Ten of Swords. When you could step out of that loop, step out of the place of being prey, step out of the place of being, taken advantage of and hunted on, and step up to the plate and become this Nine of Discs for yourself, okay? This person doesn't give up. This person doesn't believe they can't do it. This person doesn't believe that nothing ever goes their way. Right? So some of you guys really need to change your mindset as well. Not only change your mindset, but change your actions. You can and you will when you believe you are worth fighting for. So that is the perspective that the vampires want to offer to you. That the deepest battle is the one within yourself, and that you have to believe that you're worth fighting for. I remember in the latest season of Fargo, remember, this is a timeless reading. As I'm filming it, this is April 2024. I believe it was season maybe 6 of Fargo, the one with Dot, and so she's played by Juno Temple, and then John Hamm is in there. And Juno Temple's character, she is a fighter, not like a literal, prize fighter, boxer. No, she just has a fighting spirit. And her mother-in-law is the debt queen of the Midwest, meaning that she has a lot of debt collection companies, and she's trying to buy a bank and all this other stuff, where basically any debtors in the Midwest who probably owe her. And so she's a billionaire. And who is she played by? I do not remember that actress's name, but she's famous. I don't remember her name, but the debt queen of the Midwest, because they're in Minnesota and North Dakota. That's the whole thing about Fargo, is that it always takes place up there. But she says to one of the characters who is deeply in debt. This character is a police officer, and her husband is a layabout / golfer, and he thinks he's going to become a famous golfer one day, and he just keeps getting the couple deeper and deeper in debt. And the debt queen says to the police officer, the debtor, she's you just decided to lay back and take it. You're hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt. Most people would fight. Even animals who get taken to the zoo, they fight before they get taken into captivity. And Juno Temple, her character, she's a fighter. She's a fighter. She's not just about to come and let you take her. She's not about to just be somebody's prey. She's literally being hunted. She's being stalked. There's a home invasion, all this stuff that goes on in that season of Fargo. It was very good. I definitely suggest that you watch it if you're a fan of, mysteries, or if you've even seen the Fargo movie. The TV show is just as good. Each season is different, but this is season 6. But she's described as a tiger, and you know, this is like, you have to take on this mentality. Like, I'm not just going to lay back and take this. I'm going to do something about it. You know, I'm going to fight my way out of this situation. And it might seem like it's like a slow moving situation. I was about to say like a slow death. You know how they say like a frog, you put a frog in a pot and you raise the temperature really slowly, and then all of a sudden it doesn't even know that it's being boiled to death. Like, this might be a slow situation. Sometimes, especially when it comes to like debt and stuff like that, we do have the 5 of discs here. You may not even realize like how quickly that can pile up if you're not doing something about it, right? But you have to find a way to fight back. And for some of you guys, I guess most probably for most of you who are watching this, you need to like get a side hustle. You need to find self-employment. You need to find something. And this can help you to heal from past mistakes, whether those were mistakes with money or emotional mistakes or just anything that, you know, your shadow is still dealing with. I'm wondering also if for some of you guys, this could represent maybe having grown up in a situation where you were able to rest more because your family was secure, and maybe you were used to somebody kind of like supplying your life or giving you money. Maybe you had like an allowance or something, or maybe your parents were supporting you in some kind of way and allowing you to feel independent without actually being independent. And if that's the case, then there could have been some sort of like being cut off, or maybe like a bad deal, or just like not having ever learned how to take care of yourself properly, and having insecurities when it comes to like your own personal relationship with money. And so if that's the case, then you would also need to heal that from the past, right? Because as you grow into an adult, you have to find ways to take care of yourself. Like, even if, let's say, for example, you're like a trust fund baby, you still have to find ways to deal with how to use the money responsibly, right? So I think for some of you guys, like, that could be some of the shadow work that you have to do, is working on your particular relationship with money. And for many of you, that could be with, you know, figuring out not only how to use the money properly, but how to make money on your own without somebody just kind of giving it to you or handing it to you. And also with the 6 of coins, the 6 of discs here, it can talk about like tit for tat sometimes as well. It's like nothing is just given for free, you know. The money given here can have expectations attached to it. And I think for some of you guys, the expectations that are attached here with this Prince of Cups and the Ace of Cups here, they were either too much, or they were, you know, unappealing, or they were something that you just like were not comfortable with doing. So I don't know what that might be. Definitely, I think that you would know. But with the Pray card here, I think that it was like, whatever it was, it felt like giving up too much. It was like, I appreciate, you know, the money, but I don't want to have to do what you're asking me to do in order to get it. And that doesn't have to be anything like weird or sexual. There are lots of things that, you know, people might expect from people in exchange for money or services or whatever. And it just is all dependent on different people's comfort levels with certain things, right? So, yeah. I really want to encourage this pile to check out the Abundance Journal, because if you are trying to redefine your relationship with money, or just learn different things about how to use money, etc., that journal could be very helpful for you. So the link will be down below. Definitely go check it out, because I do think that it would be very helpful for you. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel and to give this video a like. I am so grateful to you. Thank you for letting me read for you. Comment down below and let me know kind of like what the situation is, because I think that will be interesting to see, especially if you have more insight on this Rest card. That would be great. All right, y'all. I will see you in the comments, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye. Hey there, What it do, Pile 4? Welcome, welcome. We're going to get our identifiers out first. So if you would like to skip this part of the reading, then you can go to the part with the cards, just straight up card work. I've never said card work before, but that's kind of fun. The link for that, the timestamp, is down below, and it will just say Pile 4 reading. So go ahead and hit that up if you'd like, but if you want to stay for the identifiers just to confirm that this really is your reading, then you're more than welcome to. If you do stay for the identifiers, comment down below and let me know which identifier it was that, signaled to you that this reading was for you, the one that hooked you in. All right, Spirit. Ooh, I forgot to light my candle. Let me go ahead and do that real quick. All right, Spirit. Who's my Pile 4 people? Let's connect to Pile 4, their guides, angels, benevolent ancestors, and higher selves. Who's in Pile 4? What is the big change that Pile 4 is about to go through next in their life? Who's in Pile 4? Anybody in Pile 4? Let's get them. Let's find out who they are. This is a perfect time to hit that subscribe button and to like this video. Give it a thumbs up. It helps anybody else who may need to see it to find it. Alrighty. Let's get it, let's go. So Pile 4 and Pile 1 have been the biggest piles so far. Pile 2 and Pile 3 were kind of small, but I think Pile 4 is still smaller than Pile 1, so let's see. Okie dokie. We've got Cheerleader by Omi, the Felix Jane radio edit. That could be maybe you've heard the song recently. Oh, I forgot to say. The way that these work is that at least one of these things should have shown up in your life recently, even if it was just in passing. It could be significant to you somehow. You could just be really familiar with it. So an example would be that could be your favorite song, or maybe you heard it yesterday, or maybe your kids really love that song and so they always want to play it in the car. Maybe you are or were a cheerleader, right? Something like that. Could have shown up in your life in passing over the past couple days. If it was something significant, if it was your favorite song, then that, is timeless. But if it was something within the last couple of months, it would have to be a really significant memory. We've got Justin Timberlake here, musician and actor, formerly of NSYNC. We've got dupe, makeup or trickster. So a dupe product is maybe there's a really high-end product, and then maybe a drugstore version comes out where they use basically the same formula. It's just cheaper. And then also dupe means to trick somebody. So there's trickster energy coming on here. Sookie Stackhouse. She is the main character from True Blood, played by Anna Paquin. That series is based off of the Southern Vampire Mystery novels by Charlaine Harris. It suddenly just got very hot where I am. I don't know if that is an identifier for anybody, but it is suddenly just toasty in here. Okay, anyway. We've got Kiki's Delivery Service. That's an animated movie about a little witch girl who delivers things around town. Mostly bread, I think, but other stuff too. Gumbo. Maybe that's your favorite food, or maybe you ate some recently, or maybe people have been talking about it a lot recently. I don't know. Elliot Page, actor. Umbrella Academy, Juno. What's that other movie? Inception. Kamikaze. Take that how you will. Earrings. So maybe you just bought a pair of earrings. Maybe you're wearing your favorite pair of earrings right now. Maybe somebody gifted you some earrings recently. You might have a lot of ear piercings or something. Lemongrass. That could be the flavor or the scent. Sesame chicken. I was gonna say lemongrass was the name of the Thai restaurant that I used to go to a lot when I was younger. So Asian food is coming out here because sesame chicken, that's a very popular dish at a lot of Chinese restaurants. So Asian food is coming out right now. Lemonade by Gucci Mane. Maybe you drink some lemonade. That also obviously is a song, so you might be really familiar with that song. You might have heard it recently. It could be your favorite song. We have here Location by Khalid. Send me your location. American Honey, that is a movie starring Sasha Lane and Shia LaBeouf. Riley Koff. I don't know how to say her last name, honestly. She's like Elvis Presley's granddaughter or something. King Curtis, Fat Kid Loves Bacon. That is a clip that went viral on the internet. It is from Wife Swap. Evermore, Taylor Swift and Bon Iver. That's a song. I guess also the Evermore album could be significant here. We have Neon by John Mayer. So Taylor Swift and John Mayer dated for like a short amount of time. So maybe somebody was talking about that recently. Maybe that's something that you think about a lot. They did a song together called Half of My Heart, and so that could also be relevant here as well. Kimberly from 90 Day Fiancé. That is so funny because I was literally just watching Pillow Talk right before this, which is like a 90 Day Fiancé spinoff show. And she is on the episode. She's like literally paused on my screen right now. So maybe this is, maybe this is my pile. But 90 Day Fiancé Hive, stand up if you know you know. Sweet Love, Anita Baker. That's a song. I am gonna say Kimberly, she actually was just on before the 90 days. She never actually made it to the full 90 Day Fiancé. But yeah, if you know, you know. Here we have The Coldest Winter Ever by Sister Souljah. And I was also not going to mention this, but sometimes I do. Kimberly, she was a member of the military. I don't remember which branch, but she was. And so Sister Souljah made me want to say that. So maybe somebody here is military affiliated. Rules by Kill Humanity. Yeah, the soldier energy is like definitely here for sure. Counting Crows. I'm not liking this. Hopefully nobody here has unalived anybody before. But, you know, crows, a group of crows is called a schmurder without that S on it. And then we have like Kill Humanity and we have Soldier. You know, the vibes are vibing. That's all I'm going to say. The vibes are vibing. Ruffles, that could be the chips or the fabric. So like the wavy chips or ruffled fabric, like a ruffled skirt or socks or shirt, I guess, or dress, any fabric. 8701, the album by Usher. That song, whatever. I don't know what I was saying. Number 5, that's the month of May, which is Taurus and Gemini energy. That also could be your favorite number. You might be seeing 555. You could be like living on the 5th floor or apartment number 5, 5th Street, 5th Avenue. There could be 5 kids in your family, 5 people in your family. Airbnb, maybe you have 5 Airbnbs or something like that. I don't know. I think that you should let it burn. Okay, I know Burn is not on the 8701 album, but it's coming through. It actually came out in pile 3, I think, that I just did, but that's not really relevant here. Real Love by Mary J. Blige. So we have Sweet Love, we have Real Love. That's interesting. Sassafras, Cypress, and Indigo by Ntozake Shange. Fish Food from Ben & Jerry's. That is an ice cream flavor. Set It Off, starring Queen Latifah. Jada Pinkett Smith is also in that movie. So is, I want to say, Vivica Fox. Addis Ababa. Kimberly Elise is in that movie as well. Addis Ababa, the capital of Ethiopia. Young Dolph, R.I.P., rapper. If you don't know, now you know. Go find out. Water on Water on Water. Him and Key Glock coming through. When You're Good to Mama, Queen Latifah, Chicago. Okay, Queen Latifah, the energy is strong. Yeah, Queen Latifah actually got talked about in the identifiers for pile 3 because we talked about living single. So there could be some messages for you in pile 3 as well. If you feel called to it, then, you know, there could be something over there for you. Death Cab for Cutie. That's a band. The Bachelorette. TV franchise. I guess we could also talk about The Bachelor, but The Bachelorette, that's, you know, that dating show. Maurice Sendak, author and illustrator of children's books and television. Bluebird, Miranda Lambert, Charles Bukowski. So this could be an actual just regular ass Bluebird. But also Miranda Lambert has a song called Bluebird, which is like based off of the Charles Bukowski poem called Bluebird. Okay, referential. The Majesties by Tiffany Sao. That's a book. We've got Permission by Ro James, which I first heard on the Finding Magic Mike or whatever it is, that show on HBO. Old Greg, I'm Old Greg. That guy, Noel Fielding, whatever his name is, from the Great British Bake Off, Great British Baking Show. He did this skit like a very long time ago, Old Greg. But also Greg Grippo, I think that's his name, from The Bachelorette is coming through here. He was on Katie's season of The Bachelorette. Pin 15. That is a show on Hulu about being in middle school during like the 2000s. What a time to be alive. Neck tattoo. Maybe you have a neck tattoo. Maybe you're thinking about getting a neck tattoo. That also makes me think of that Aziz Ansari skit or like comedy stand-up where he's talking about MTV's Next and he's like, if he's got a neck tattoo, I'm gonna lick it. Dreamgirls, iconic Broadway show and movie. Oh my goodness. Jennifer Hudson. And I am telling you, I'm not going. And I'm telling you, I'm not going. You're the best man I'll ever know. There's no way I could ever go. No, there's no way. No, there's no way I'm living without you. Okay. So I don't know why I sang that song so long, and now I finally figured it out, because I said earlier Greg Grippo from The Bachelorette. Katie like literally begged him not to leave. It was very embarrassing. I can't even lie. It was very embarrassing. And in that same song that I was just singing from Dreamgirls, it's literally called And I Am Telling You I'm Not Going, because she gets kicked out of the group. And she tells like the group manager, who's also her boyfriend, she's like, I'm not leaving. I'm not living without you. You're the best man I'll ever know. You gotta, you know, I'm staying and you're gonna love me, right? So begging a man to love you is coming through. That is coming through. I guess it doesn't have to be a man, but begging your partner to love you is coming through. Seth Rogen, actor and potter. He makes a ceramicist, I guess I should say, or is it ceramist? I don't know. Betty Davis, iconic funk legend. She was married to Miles Davis, but she was a musician in her own right. Janis Joplin, iconic rock legend. I really don't know that much of her music, but, you know, people seem to like her. Mr. Fischoeder, he is the landlord on Bob's Burgers. All right, we've got American Horror Story Season 1, Murder House. I told you guys murder was coming through. I told you it was coming through. Afternoon by Max Biancon. In the afternoon. Okay, is that a thing, murder in the afternoon? Is that like something? I don't know. I don't have my phone nearby, so I can't look it up. If it is, tell me what it is in the comments. Portions for Foxes by Rilo Kiley. So the lead singer of Rilo Kiley and the lead singer of Death Cab for Cutie, they have collaborated. That would be Jenny Lewis and Ben Gibbard. They collaborated in the Postal Service and in some other projects as well. Breakfast at Tiffany's, iconic movie based on a novella by Truman Capote. Movie stars Audrey Hepburn as Holly Golightly. Cardi B, rapper. And then last but not least, we have Anderson .Paak, musician. All right, I'm going to go write these down in my tarot journal and we'll get into the reading in just a moment. Do not forget to like this video and to subscribe to the channel. Also, if you are interested, I did make a tarot journal for y'all, so you can go check that out. It's down in the description box below. The link is there. But yeah, let me go write these down in my tarot journal and I'll see you guys in just a second. Hey there, Pile 4. Welcome, welcome to the part with the actual cards. This is your reading. Don't forget to subscribe. Hit that subscribe button and hit the like button, thumbs up, to help this video spread a little farther on YouTube so that other people who may need to see it, can find it. All right, let's see. What's the next big change in your life? We've got, ooh, the Destroyer. Interesting. I know this sounds scary. Don't click off. We're going to find out what it is. The number 23 is here. Interesting. Let me just check something real quick. So the number 23 came out as an identifier on pile 2, but I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to say anything else about that. I would like to get out some other cards before making any interpretations here. So I did pre-pull some oracle cards. We're actually going to get this vampire card last to give us some perspective. Speaking of vampires, Sookie Stackhouse did come out. So if you guys don't know, she was the main character on True Blood, which is like a vampire TV show. It was on HBO. It's based off of the Southern Vampire Mystery Novels by Charlaine Harris. So this could have something to do with like an emotional vampire in your life. Possibly. Let me see if I can find myself a little Sookie Stackhouse. Here she is. All right, let's go ahead and see what these two cards have to say because these cards are about change. Spiritual growth, okay. And then we have self-care. Interesting. We've also got a card here from the Prism Oracle, and that says magic. All right, so I'm actually just going to go ahead and pull the tarot because I don't want to overinterpret anything or kind of like start up too early on my interpretation. We may also see what the book has to say about this one, the Destroyer. What I'm finding interesting already about this card, and you'll notice also as well here on this card too, is that we have this theme of these two circles kind of like converging. You see that on this card, there's these two circles converging here, and then we have it on this card as well. We've got it right here in the middle with these like two lights, and then we have it here on each side as well. That makes me think of like mitosis and what is it, meiosis? Is that right? Like the separating of cells and the combining of cells. Yeah, I don't know. Let's see about that. You can also kind of see that pattern like in the butterfly wings as well. So that's interesting. Spirit, what's the big change in store for pile 4? There's a big change. What's the next big change for pile 4? What's going on there? Okay, we got the Ace of Discs here in the upright. We got the Lovers in reverse, the Sun in reverse. The Princess of Cups, which is the Page of Cups here in reverse. 5 of Pentacles or Discs. Anything else? 3 of Swords in reverse. 2 of Cups. King of Wands, Four of Discs. All right, let me go ahead and rearrange these for a second. All right, let's see if there are any other cards that want to come out to complete this message. Okay. Nine of Pentacles, the King of Swords. We've got the Two of Swords in reverse, the Prince of Wands here. Okay. I'm getting that that's all that there is. That's all, folks. Let me see if I can continue to rearrange these so that we have even more space. Give me a second, guys. All right, good on me. Good job. Yay. Okie dokie. So what I'm seeing here is that there is a new opportunity here that's coming up, and you'll be presented with a choice. And you're not going to have a lot of clarity on what you should do with this choice. This choice is going to be between some sort of traditional path and the path of your truest heart, which is funny because this is the True Heart Tarot, but the path of your truest heart's desires, okay? And you're not going to know which one to choose with the Sun here in reverse. It's not going to be a clear choice. There's some sort of emotional perspective that you're lacking, some sort of emotional lesson that you have not yet mastered. This could have to do with friendship. It could have to do with self-care, especially since we have this here. Spiritual growth. I'm looking here at this Princess of Cups in reverse. This could have to do with living life unapologetically, which is what I actually think that this is about. I think the reason why you don't have the clarity that you need is because you might be afraid to live your life unapologetically. Like Rihanna. She has that album. Isn't it called Unapologetic, I think? But yeah. You might be lacking some courage here. Or maybe like the emotional bandwidth. Five of Pentacles is talking about an insecurity. This could be like a material insecurity. With this eye here, it could just be like insecurity of being seen for who you really are. Wanting to maybe hide behind certain things, or just feeling like you're not good enough. Like you don't present yourself well enough, or like you don't, have the things that you should have in order to be where you want to be. Some of you guys could also still be getting over heartbreak. This could be a heartbreak from like when you were younger. This could be a crush that you had. And it also doesn't have to be like a romantic heartbreak. This could have been like still getting over the heartbreak of maybe not having like a ton of friends when you were younger, or getting over the heartbreak of, being misunderstood. This could just have something to do with like a negative experience where you just didn't feel seen in childhood, or you didn't feel understood in childhood, and you could still be working to like free your heart from those chains, those shackles, the heaviness that is on there. And I think that you've done a lot of that work. There still may be a little bit more of it to be done, especially when it does come to love and adult relationships. Finding people who are willing and able to give as much as you do, who are willing to meet you where you are emotionally, and who have the same amount of passion for certain things as you do, okay? When you're finally able to let that go, that's when you'll be able to come into your own. When you're able to let go of those negative feelings from your childhood is when you'll be able to move on and come into your own as an adult, okay? You'll be able to find that stability also as an adult. It is going to take a little bit of coldness. You may have to, cut some people off. You may have to try like kind of like a win at all costs type of attitude. There could be some people from your past who are holding you back, especially when it comes to the idea of like making that clear choice. And you may not I think your heart kind of knows what it wants to do, but you don't have full clarity on that. And that could be because of some of the people around you. But if you were to approach this with like a more ruthless attitude, then I think that you would be able to move forward with joy and excitement towards your new beginning. But as it is right now, it's clear that there's some indecision here between the Lovers in reverse, the King of Swords in reverse, and the Two of Swords here in reverse. Indecision, some anxious thoughts, not being able to come to an accord, not being able to agree with either yourself or someone else on something, a plan of action, or on an idea. Being unable to reconcile two ideas. You may feel like there are kind of like two versions of you, almost. And if that's the case, you might be having a hard time reconciling those two versions of you. Something else that I'm seeing is that there may be love that comes into your life soon. And that could be here with this King of Wands character. It doesn't have to be male. This could be a fire sign, Aries, Leo, or Sagittarius. It doesn't have to be. But whoever this person is, like, they're going to be very, very passionate about you. They are going to want to, I just heard, like, wine and dine you, possibly even, you know, do the whole family thing with you. The King of Wands, like, they definitely are trying to, like, live that family man kind of life. You know, they want all of it. They want everything. And they especially want, like, the reputation and the good look of being a family man or a family person, family woman, family person. But yeah, this person is going to have like a very organized plan of attack, quote unquote, when it comes to courting you. Okay. They think that you guys see eye to eye. They also probably like love your drive and your passion. And they also are not, what's something nice about them is that they're not going to necessarily be like super possessive when it comes to you. And I think that that is something that would appeal to you because maybe in the past you could have had issues with that. Oh, I should probably cover this up. YouTube doesn't like nudity. So let's go ahead and do that. With this Four of Discs here in reverse, this is about being able to let things go. I do think that this person is going to want to work on things with you. They're going to be willing to work through things with you. And they're also going to be willing to kind of like let go of any sort of like pet peeves or minor annoyances or whatever, because they kind of like see you for the greater whole version of who you are. This person could be maybe more well off than you or more stable than you are at this point. Not to say that you're not doing well, but just, you know, the king being the king. This is like a king and then like a woman who maybe is like in his court or something. She's not necessarily like quote unquote social equal. She's not a queen or a princess, but she, you know, she's got stability. She's doing well for herself. But, you know, this is a king. So there definitely could be a difference in class or status here. That's not to say it's going to be like a major one, but it could still be here and something that's kind of felt. And I think that it is not necessarily a big deal. I also see this person maybe even being willing to possibly gift you some things, just like the way that this person in the reverse, it's like he's offering this coin. You see how he's like offering this coin up? And in the reverse, it's like the king is offering this coin to this lady here. You might be the type of person who really likes material things, who, you know, likes money and stuff like that. And so this person may know that about you, see that about you, and be willing to offer that up. May be willing to part with some of what they have in order to secure your love or attention, okay? The King of Swords here in reverse. I don't want to say that this person, I don't think this person necessarily has a temper. I think that there might be an edge to them. That's what I'll say here. There could be an edge to them. I know that this King of Wands, you know, he's got some fire coming out of his mouth. If it were in the reverse, I would say that this person has a temper, but it's not. I think that this person can say very passionate things. They have a lot of passion for you and also for life and like zest for life. But with the King of Swords here, they just might not be able to think clearly or think straight when it comes to you. They may not have like the best decision-making capabilities in general. The King of Swords also is like the oldest king in the deck, so this person could be older than you. And that could cause issues somehow. This person could be forgetful. That is something that I'm getting. This person might be forgetful. They might not be the most organized. They might like to disagree just for the sake of disagreeing. You know how some people like to play like devil's advocate? This person might like to do that. Yeah, this person might like to do that. But I do believe that the passion between you guys is going to be very strong. If this Prince of Wands were in the reverse, it could indicate like a wandering eye or tendency to cheat or philandering, but we don't have anything about third-party situations here, and also it's in the upright, so I think it's more just like this person is really attracted to you and also maybe wants to like take you on adventures and travel with you and stuff like that. Okay, I do want to read the Destroyer card. All right, so the Destroyer is the Savage, which I did mention Rihanna. Rihanna, you know, she has her Savage X Fenty underwear line, but okay. The Unexpected, the Rejected. The Destroyer, the final of the 3 archetypes in the trio of existence, has necessary yet painful work to do in the world. Culturally, we have an aversion to endings, and we hang on to permanence as a signifier of success. Yet, the Destroyer pulls the rug out from underneath relationships, jobs, homes, and all forms of security. It's the part of us that wants things to end. Its painful orientation is to uncover our true purpose. The Destroyer does not let us linger long in comforts, as it knows not much happens in that realm. With its piercing eyes, it seeks out stagnancy from a distance, and the rest becomes history. In the old myths, this is the moment when heads begin to roll, the ground opens up, and castles crumble. Hold on for the ride. The Destroyer has arrived. When light, swift and precise blows that redirect our life. When dark, self-destruction, negativity, and unwillingness to rebuild. In old tales, the Destroyer sometimes appears as a black dog. Other times it takes the form of gods and goddesses such as Shiva, Kali, and Apophis. Consider Picasso's statement, "Every act of creation is first of all an act of destruction." So I feel like you guys could be entering into a new opportunity. There also could be, coming out of like a dark night of the soul, coming out of maybe like an ego death or something like that here, especially with spiritual growth and magic here as well. But you guys, there's an opportunity that's coming your way. This new opportunity that's coming is that thing, like with this Ace of Discs here, it is that thing where it's like the ground opens up, castles crumble, and, heads begin to roll. It's not like that violent, but it literally has the opportunity and the ability to shake up your entire life. But you don't have enough clarity about this in order to actually like allow things to play out to their natural ending. Okay? And because that's the case, you have to find a way to like go, what is that Thoreau quote where they're like, go confidently in the direction of your dreams and live the life you've imagined? That's what you have to do here. Because that's what this Prince of Wands, this Knight of Wands card is saying. You have to find out the life of your dreams. You got to go confidently in that direction, because that's the only way you're going to find the magic and the spiritual growth in life. And if you let this situation and this uncertainty linger for too long, it could end up destroying this opportunity, which would be no bueno. That would not be good. And I find it interesting that this card talks about endings, because the Ace of Discs is about a beginning. It's a new beginning for something. So it's like there's an ending and then there's a beginning right afterwards. And so I'm actually going to read this magic card. I just got this deck, this Prism Deck, so I want to read the magic card to see what it says. Okay, we're going to read just about purple cards in general first, and then we'll read the magic card. purple is often associated with royalty and wealth, which I find interesting that it says that, because I was talking here about this King of Wands and how like they have some sort of status in the world, and also possibly giving something to this Nine of Discs lady as like a tribute or an offering. But okay, purple is often associated with royalty and wealth, as well as mystery, spiritual awareness, and mysticism. It has the shortest light wavelength, and it is tied to both the crown and the third eye energy centers. Located at the top of the head, the crown energy center, which is represented by violet, allows us to connect to a higher level of awareness. The third eye is said to be where one can make intuitive or psychic downloads, as it sees what is not present to the naked eye. In witchcraft, purple is a wonderful color to surround yourself with when you're working on cultivating your creativity or enhancing intuitive ability. When purple cards come in a reading, it's likely a signal that you're in the process of creating a deeper relationship with your intuition, higher self, or higher source. Embrace this energy and newfound connection, but remember to stay grounded and in touch with your body too, through acts of creativity or reconnection with the earth. Now let's read about the magic card. Magic is real. It is the spark and the excitement that comes out of nowhere, the act of manifestation, or the feeling of creating something from nothing. There we go, creating something, this Ace of Discs, from nothing, the Destroyer. Okay, love it. You got the link. We love it. It is all of these things and more. This card represents the need to acknowledge the magic and sense of wonder within your life. It's happening around you all the time. You just need to look for it. So for you, the opportunity to create something out of nothing is coming through. And because your mind either can't reconcile those two ideas or is undecided about what you want to create, it can cause some sort of stagnancy in this situation. The important thing is that you just get started. The indecision and the stagnancy, I think, can be temporary. With the sun here in reverse, that is a card of like temporary hardship or temporary woe. And the Prince of Wands is like, just get going. Just do it. Whatever it is that you're here to do, you just need to just do it. So when this opportunity comes up, there will be some hesitation. But Spirit is like, jump on it. That song, jump on it, jump on it. Yeah, that's coming through. These circles are still, I won't say bothering me. They're not bothering me. But they are still unaddressed. So I think we need to talk about them. This is giving like eclipse energy a little bit. It also is making me think of, these lights specifically make me think of like car headlights. I don't know what I'm about to do with that information. And you know what? It's so funny. This is like, I normally do not have a hard time getting like a grasp on the concept of a reading. And I think I have like the general concept of this reading down, but like, I don't know where to go with it. And I think that that's kind of the overall feeling that's going to be coming to you when this opportunity is presented to you. You're like, okay, there's an opportunity here, but I don't know where to go with it. I don't know what to do with it. And yeah, it's like this indecision with this King of Swords and this Two of Swords, not knowing what direction you want to go, but knowing that you have to go somewhere, you know? So if you're going to go somewhere, you have to go with your heart and with your passion. And I kind of think that that is really the change here, is the idea of like choosing yourself. And it could also be not forgetting about yourself in the midst of whatever this choice is. It doesn't necessarily have to be choosing yourself, but it can be not forgetting about yourself and still remembering to prioritize self-care and spiritual growth, and understand that two things can be true at the same time, and also that you can take what already exists and split it off into a new thing. And that new thing can have a life of its own. It can have like its own growth cycle. It can have its own destiny. And this is like, I don't know if this is a weird analogy or not, but I brought up earlier like mitosis and meiosis with like how cells can split apart. And with mitosis, the cells are identical. With meiosis, they are not identical. They have like a partial DNA match or whatever, right? But basically, like those two cells, once they've split apart, they become their own thing. They're no longer the same with the same destiny. And I kind of feel like you have, that's almost, it's that's kind of like what happens when you have a choice, right? Like even if it's something as simple as choosing between, apple juice or orange juice in the morning, there is that like theory of multiple dimensions, right? Where it's like in one universe you chose apple juice, in the other universe you chose orange juice, and then like what was the difference after that? It's like each choice that you make, there's like a tree of possible decisions that you could have made, and it branches off and spins off into like different parts of the universe. And it's like if you ever saw that movie Everything Everywhere All at Once, it's kind of like that same kind of concept. And I think that you almost have to imagine when this opportunity comes up and you have to make this choice, you have to kind of imagine where each choice would take you. And then choose the one that not necessarily makes the most sense, but would make you the happiest and would feel like your more passionate or more authentic self. So you have to have like a little vision of what each choice would actually look like in practicality, For some people, I'm also thinking that this could be maybe like a friendship that went kind of poorly, or a friendship where you guys like maybe didn't get along, or maybe there was a fight or something like that, and there may have been some hurt feelings. There's a possibility for reconciliation here and acknowledgement of what each person wants. This also could have been like a crush gone bad that becomes reconciled. However, just because there's a reconciliation does not actually mean that you guys have to, choose to actually be with this person in the long term. Because I do see, like a denial here with this King of Swords in reverse. That can be a very firm no. If asked yes or no, then that typically means like a no. And it's possible that you guys may like come to an accord in terms of agreeing that like you both like each other. But it seems like one person, the male energy, and this does not have to, be assigned to actual genders. There's always male and female energy in all people. But the male energy represented here by the King of Wands, they could be more passionate and more into the female energy than the female energy is into them. I think the female energy is like more into themselves and wanting to just like make sure they're straight, make sure they're stable, make sure they're good. Whereas the King of Wands, it seems like, really is very about this person. And I feel like because there is, even though they both do have feelings for each other, I don't think their mentalities are matched up. Like I said, this King of Wands person, like they are a family type at the end of the day. I cannot say that this Nine of Pentacles woman is a family type. She might just be happy being her own single self. And that also, like I said, could be a he. This person, represented by the Nine of Discs, might be happy just being their own single self, like not having any kids. not being married. They might be open to being in a relationship, but that doesn't mean that they want the whole shebang of, let's sign this paperwork, let's have a bunch of babies or even a baby. And I think that that is what the King of Wands person wants, because they are, wanting to build a legacy. Meanwhile, the Nine of Pentacles person is like, I'm fine just doing me. And because there's a mismatch in mentalities, I think that this could result in a rejection. And if that happens, it's okay, because it frees up both people technically, but definitely you, the viewer, to pursue whatever it is that you really want and that you're really passionate about, genuinely passionate about. So thinking back to what we read in the Archetypes book for the Destroyer, they said, think about this Pablo Picasso quote that every act of creation is also an act of destruction. So, alchemy is coming to mind, being able to transmute things, to change things from one state to another. And that is also this idea of spiritual growth, being able to transmute things and take things from one state to another, right? Through this process of being made this offer and having to choose something, I think that you will be able to either learn transmutation, or you'll be able to actually embody and enact transmutation throughout this, and to turn nothing into something, and to go off with it. I wanted to say into the sunset. Go off with it. Yeah, I guess into the sunset, and do whatever it is that you want to do. Whether or not you decide that because I do think that there's a relationship involved here. Whether or not you decide that you want to get involved with this person, I think that the change is going to be that, not the relationship status, although that can be part of it, but these are the two cards that came out, and they're both about you. They're not about the relationship. So the change here is that you prioritize your self-care, you prioritize your spiritual growth over whatever this is. And I think in the past you probably wouldn't have done that. I think in the past you probably would have prioritized the relationship or your partner, or putting your partner's needs above your own, things like that. In the past, I think that's what you would have done, even if it was to your detriment. And I just don't think that you're at that place anymore. You've evolved, which is what I'm getting with these circles, right? This idea of, I said, the cell growth, moving from one cell to two. You've evolved. And yeah, it's you version 2.0. All right, I want to go ahead and get this vampire card, because like I said, this is supposed to give us some perspective. Vampire lore tells us that they can live very long lives, and they go through lots of changes. They go through potentially multiple centuries, right? So they've seen a lot of changes, not only in themselves, but in the human world. And so they can provide us some perspective. This might seem like a big change, and it could very well be a big change, but they're going to help us to kind of figure out where this falls in the long run. Nobility, high standards, idealistic, honor. So yeah, that whole thing about that I mentioned earlier about the status, and then the king versus, the person on the king's court. That is really coming through right now. So whatever this is, there could be class differences between you guys. There could be there could be racial differences between you guys, especially since looking at these two cards, there's a clear racial difference between the characters on the cards. There could be religious differences, things like that. But okay, let's read the nobility card here and see what it has to say. The number there is 42. So the numbers that we have, we've got 23 and we got 42. All right, this is what this vampire card says. There is something within you that we, the vampires, can recognize at this moment. We want you now to focus on it, recognize it, and acknowledge it. You have nobility. People, humans that is, are so often confused by this word, feeling one must be from an old and aristocratic family to have any noble blood within them. But some of the most corrupt, indecent, and coarse humans and vampires have had aristocratic origins. You have shown nobility of spirit and action, and you have behaved in a manner which has drawn our attention. We wish to encourage you to behave in these noble ways more often. Nobility is a sense of innate virtue, or being able to do what is best and right within circumstances that would have been easier had we simply fallen into step with the prevailing thinking. You have helped the helpless. You have protected one who was weaker. You have spoken for the voiceless. You have been virtuous with no thought of reward. But this is the reward you did not ask for but deserve. For you are as a knight or lady in the most chivalrous of tales, and you have lived with grace and are becoming a more refined being with every day. So notice that it ended on this Knight of Wands here, right? So yeah, take that message to heart for sure. Vampires, when we have learned to live beyond the instincts our new nature gives us, can be noble creatures too, and we must fiercely fight to become so. And so we, who have lived according to a code of nobility, wish to honor you now and say you have done well. Accept the acknowledgement, and know that the good deeds you have done so selflessly will ripple out into the world and make changes you may never see, but your soul will know you made all the difference to the one who was helpless, and to whom you gave your aid. We honor you, noble sir, noble lady. The blessing of this card says, this is a wonderful opportunity to do the very best you can, which in turn will shift your vibration and attract new opportunities with honorable people to you. New opportunities with honorable people. And this King of Swords definitely gives dishonorable. It gives dishonorable, okay? I've been reading these cards from the perspective that like you are probably the Nine of Discs person, but I have to acknowledge the possibility that you could be the King of Wands person, especially since I said that there was like a giving of some sort of resource to this Nine of Discs person. You might be the person who's doing the giving. That is for somebody for sure. But for a lot of you, I think you'll be in the receiving position. With this card's presence of the nobility, you are asked to tune into that part of yourself that some call the higher self. Right, spiritual growth right here. You are being asked to do the right thing and to do the best thing, even if it is not the most advantageous thing or the easiest thing. You are being asked for a time to be of service and assistance to others and to give. So they're saying even if it's not the easiest thing or the most advantageous thing, like it would be the most advantageous thing for this Nine of Discs person to say, yeah, go ahead, give me all your money, King of Wands. Go ahead and give me, your everything you want to give, whatever it is that you want to give, even though I'm not sure that we have the same ideals, even though I'm not sure we have the same plans. I'll take it because it makes me feel comfortable, it makes me feel good, it makes me feel wanted. I'll take it, and it's advantageous to me. To actually turn that down is a noble thing if you know in your heart that it is not right for you, that it doesn't add to your self-care and your spiritual growth. And so that's that growth, that evolution that we were talking about. Because I think in the past, you would have taken the thing that's offered if it felt like it was advantageous in some way. Maybe for some of you guys, it's like social climbing, or maybe, who doesn't love more money, right? Things like that. But if you feel like it's not the right choice in your heart, And maybe you guys have like already been through a cycle of this with the same person for some of you, you know, and you just know that it's not what you want. Then do the noble thing, even if it's not the advantageous thing or the easiest thing. And so that's the big change, is like, it's the change in your mentality. It's the change in how you handle yourself, the change in what you've prioritized. And in doing so, you really open yourself up to like the connections and the oneness of the universe. It's okay to like turn things down sometimes if you know that another opportunity will come along, or another another person will come along, or whatever, right? If it doesn't feel right for you, rejection is God's protection. And follow your passion. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel and to like this video. When you subscribe, it makes you and I more connected, so it makes it easier for me to pick up on your particular situation with your energy. And when you like the video, it helps it to spread farther on YouTube so other people who may need to see it can find it. Thank you so much for watching this video with me, spending some time with me today. I hope that this was helpful for you, and I hope that you enjoyed it. And I will see you in the next one. Bye.